Well, you do very well. That, yeah, you talk to those guys. Yeah.
From Edmonton texted us this morning and said they were not going to be able to make it this morning. I think the roads have been pretty challenging over there, and I know the group that is coming said about an hour and a half ago that they'd be about 20 minutes late. So that tells me that probably the roads weren't the best out there. So I was in Edmonton on Thursday and got out of town literally as the snow started going, and just stayed ahead of it all the way into Calgary. So I know they were supposed to have gotten somewhere around 4 to 6 inches of snow. So anyway. All right, well, welcome here. For those of you who I have not yet met, my name is Paul Owen. I'm the Alberta Director for the Alberta Conference here, and so it's really good for us to be able to host you today. And we see that Lauren is by himself, and that's not good.
They trust me.
Maybe that's what it is. We are going to have conversations around the tables and various kinds of interactive kinds of things. It is good for you to be able to sit at your kind of church group. That's really good. There will be a period of conversation around how are we going to be functioning together as the national and provincial entities and all the partners, and so I think all of you are aware of that. So what we're going to do at lunchtime, we're going to serve lunch. We're going to come back into this room. So the lunch will be served in another room, and then you're going to come back in here. And then I would encourage all of you to sit at a table that has different people that you're currently sitting at. Because part of that conversation is going to be more helpful, I think, as you're engaging with other people from other churches. So I think there'll be a little bit more of that kind of conversation. Plus, we get to know other people and partners in ministry. So we're going to take a break at about 10:15, and then we'll be back again till about noon, and then we'll have that 1.5 hour piece in the middle. And then we'll wrap it up, and our hard stop today is going to be 3 this afternoon, okay? Let me just remind you of a couple things. In case you need to get out to get your car or whatever, your code is 3589 in case you missed that. Bathrooms or washrooms are down the hallway. So I'll go out down the hallway, so straight behind me, and the code is 2090. You might be wondering why this is all happening. Everything is locked up. We're wondering the same kind of thing. Although they've amped up the security as of a few weeks ago, there's a pot store down below us over here. So I think that's been part of the thing that they, may attract a few kinds of people like that. Although we haven't seen anything unusual here, so I don't know. Welcome. Come on in. All right, the Edmonton group made it. Yay! All right. Yeah, good. Good for you guys. Well, welcome. Ernie, if you want to join Lauren over here. Lauren is all by himself, and he needs a buddy there, and I think that would be good. So, how are the roads? The other Edmonton group from Bethel Eritrean decided not to come this morning, so they had about 6 or 7 of them that were going to come. So unfortunately, they just thought it was probably better for them not to. So it was, right? The first half of it? Yeah. Yeah. That part of the highway is just crazy. Always somebody sliding off the road there. You'd think people would learn. But no.
Just stay home.
Just stay home. I don't know. Yeah. Also, you'll see the network says guest, and that's the code. Jesus wept, John 11:35. That's what that is. Okay. In case you wondered. I know you were all wondering. Yeah. All right. See a few other things I wanted to say this morning. What were they? Hard stop at 11. Well, let me take you to just for a bit of a devotional thought this morning from Acts chapter 6. And I know Elton will be sharing a lot more of these kinds of thoughts. Before we do that, how many of you, who was the first one to walk in the door here today? Oh, not you counting. You? Free coffee mug. Yep. All right. Now this might. Thank you very much. Who's been in some kind of ministry, such as overseas mission, that kind of thing, with MB Mission? Erica got her hand up first. Kara worked for them for how long? Erica, how long did you work there? Or were part of it?
I've done track.
Are a seasoned short-term missionary.
Sure.
With that in mind, you get the new Multiply.
I heard about this.
The new Multiply journal. So I got a few extras here. So
Randy, freeze and watch out.
yeah, yeah. So just the new branding for C2C and MB Mission is Multiply. After January 1, that becomes the only brand that you will hear from them is Multiply. And so we'll hear more about that a little bit later on. So, okay. Let me just highlight from Acts chapter 6. In those days, when the number of disciples was increasing, the Hellenistic Jews among them complained against the Hebraic Jews because their widows were being overlooked in the daily distribution of food. So basically, it's Greek-speaking Jews and Hebraic-speaking Jews. It's a bit of a faction between those two, and one group says, hey, we're not being served, our widows are not being looked after, what's the problem? So the 12 gathered all the disciples together and said, it would not be right for us to neglect the ministry of the Word of God in order to wait on tables. Brothers and sisters, choose 7 men from among you who are known to be full of the Spirit and wisdom. We will turn this responsibility over to them and will give our attention to prayer and the ministry of the Word. I find that this text has been really helpful in thinking about what is our role as leaders and overseers in the church. There are always more things to do than what leaders have maybe time or capacity to accomplish. So how do we do those things that are the most important and then multiply that into the lives of other people who can make that happen? And so they chose 7 men to look after the ministry of serving tables, if you will. Like that, it would be for caring. It's a caring ministry. And they paid their attention to the ministry of the Word and to prayer. And if I think about what it is that church councils or boards, what are we called to do? We're called to ensure that the ministry of the Word continues. I see that as God's teaching or God's principles or God's heart for us, right? That's what we have to know, and we have to present that to the people. And then the ministry of prayer is really that ministry of discerning, where is God taking us? That's really critical. If God is about showing His people what He is doing and inviting us to participate in what He is doing, then prayer becomes that activity in which we discern what God is doing. Jesus said of the Father that He only did what He saw the Father doing, or only did what he heard the Father saying to Him. That's a great model for us. And as we go into today, let's go into today with that mindset. What is the Father doing? Are we discerning that through our prayer times? Are we getting into the Word so we know what God's heart is, so we know what God is about, and learning to know Him better and to hear His voice better? So with that, let me just open us up with a word of prayer, and then I'm going to invite all of you to just give a brief introduction as to who you are personally, and then I will call Elton. God, we come to you in the name of Jesus, and we just want to thank you this morning for your love to us. Thank you that every new morning provides for us an opportunity to participate in what you're doing. Thank you for your word and for the story of the early church and how it was succeeding and there was growth there. And And so they needed to readjust, they needed to realign, they needed to reorganize in such a way that ministry among the least of these, if you will, would continue. And it would flourish, while at the same time leaders would pay their attention to direction and to oversight. And to hear what it is that you are saying, we're saying to them. And so with that posture this morning, we have an open hand towards you to say, God, what is it that you are doing? Help us to understand who you are in a more deep and intimate way. And then give us the courage and the strength to move forward into places perhaps that are new, or to make decisions that are sometimes really hard to make, so that your kingdom, so that your way, that your good news would continue to spread throughout our towns, our villages, our cities, and in this province. Thank you for this morning. Thank you for Elton DaSilva, our national director, and thank you for the time that he has been donating to or giving out to these tasks of helping. I pray that our time together would be one that would be profitable. Help us to get to know one another in better ways as well, to partner together in ministry from one church to the next. Thank you for what you're doing in Jesus' name. All right, I just wanted to have us take a moment just to introduce ourselves to the whole group. So just very simply, your name, church you're from, and I'm assuming most of you are on the board, so unless it's something, a different kind of role, let us know about that. So starting from over here.
James Lee.
James, just speak up a little bit more.
Sorry, yeah. My name is James Lee. I'm with Mount View Grace Church, where Pastor Lawrence Hubert is our pastor.
That's good. Alan?
So, same church.
He's my translator when I'm up there, and a good one.
And what else?
So Alan from Mountain View Grace. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Iris, from the same church, Mountain View Grace Church, in Calgary. I have joined the board, since the beginning of the year. I also teach the children's Sunday school.
It's good. Excellent.
Lawrence Hebert, pastor at Mountain View Grace Church.
Ben Ellard, chair at Mountain View Grace Church.
Richard, secretary, vice chair, Mountain View Grace.
Okay.
Rita Helma, Codell,
Thank you, Rita.
board.
Alan Bergson, Coldell, Andy.
Gary Burke, Coaldale.
Pastor. Yeah.
Chris Siemens, Vauxhall, but I caught a ride with all the cold.
It's excellent. Thank you.
Alma Siemens, Codell.
Good. Thank you. Up front here.
Bernie Weems, Landrum.
Excellent.
Lauren Dirksen, Gem.
Yeah.
Kimball Martins, interim pastor, College Drive, Lethbridge.
Marlon Durkee, College Drive.
Trevor Siemens, no relation, I don't think, but College Drive in Lethbridge.
Carol Reimer.
Sorry.
Carol Reimer.
Thanks, Carol.
Sheila Rook, also secretary.
Thank you.
Les Thiessen, College Drive.
Yeah.
Trent Burstead, Sunwest.
Pauline Duwick, the only representative here from the leadership team at Highland Church, Calvary.
Thank you.
Jeff Enns at Summit.
Charlotte Friesen at Sunwest.
Brad Smith from Sunwest.
Drew Johnson from Summit, pastor.
Mike Rochon from Summit.
Walter Perez from River West.
Rebecca Braun from River West. Erica Boschman from River West. I'm the associate pastor. Faye Ham from River West. Ruthie Campus from working with the AVMB here. Karen Friesen from Winnipeg, working with the Canadian Conference.
Carson Sampson, also out of Winnipeg with the Canadian Conference.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I see that there's some people that don't have name tags. If you don't have a name tag yet, hang on. This is probably not for the people at your table. It's for all the people who are not at your table. And I know that Elton would appreciate to maybe see some names as we're dialoguing and chatting. That's really, really helpful for a presenter, and so thank you for doing that. I've had the opportunity to get to know Elton over the last number of years. Elton is from the big, huge country of Brazil, and has a history or a background in business, but also a background in church. His father, and maybe I don't know if I'm going to steal your thunder there a little bit, but his father was involved in kind of troubleshooting for a lot of the churches as Elton was growing up. Isn't that right? And a church that grew from maybe a couple hundred people to a church that's in the tens of thousands. And that's the work that his father has been involved with. And then in the meantime, they're coming out to Canada to assist. And Elton was a church planter in Winnipeg as well. God called him into that kind of ministry, from the ministry of business, or a ministry in business, to a ministry in the church. And Elton may be one of the best strategists that I have encountered. One of those guys that can put pieces together in such a way you just go like, why didn't I think of that? That was brilliant. And in his humble ways, he's going, well, you know, we all kind of had a part of that. So thank you, Elton, for that kind of approach. And you're going to see more of that today as well, as he's going to be helping us with some of the strategic plans of the conference and your engagement in that conversation. Elton has been doing work in the Manitoba conference, so he was my counterpart in Manitoba for how many years, Elton? 8 years. And the amount of material and help that they produce for boards and church leaders is really fantastic. And so he's sharing some of that material that has been developed over the years over there and sharing it with others across the country. This last year he became the director for the national conference. Elton lives in Winnipeg with his family. And so would you welcome Elton DaSilva to lead us this morning? Thanks, Elton.
I definitely paid Paul for that introduction. So glad to be here with you. I'm in a season of traveling across this country. We have now met with pretty much all the provinces and regional meetings, and have engaged the churches in asking them questions about what kind of family of churches you want to be part of. So, and you'll be part of those conversations later on, because the voice of the church needs to formulate whatever strategic plan we have for the future. So I am looking forward to those conversations. But starting this morning, here's a workshop I developed. I don't know if I'm going to be close to the microphone all the time here.
You can pull it out and walk.
I like to walk around. That'll be much better. I developed over a few years of observing how boards function. And typically when I come to a church and somebody says, well, you know, the conference minister is going to do a workshop on boards, the first thing is, what do they know about boards, right? What's the experience? So I want to give a little bit of introduction about myself, not from the point of view of saying, hey, here I am, here are my expertise, but just so you know where this comes from. So I have worked both in the for-profit and not-for-profit industry for a number of years, in a very high managerial position in some very large companies. I have owned a couple of companies through the process here in Alberta, actually in Edmonton, and because of that, I was invited into board work both in the for-profit and not-for-profit organizations. So I was board member and board chair of very large educational systems in the city of Winnipeg. I was a board member of the School Division 1 board, which is the largest school division in Winnipeg. So participated in that. I've been board member in university boards, college boards, the hospitality industry, the Hilton Corporation, and a number of other boards that I've been part of. And throughout all of this, I have observed and accumulated a certain feel for what makes good boards function. Not from the point of view of how do you create your agenda, but what is in the heart of a board member that makes the board function properly. What is the health of the board? So this morning is going to be more about a practicality of how to come together as a board and begin to shatter some of the thoughts that we have, particularly in the church context, of what's the role of the board. Okay, so I premise this way, that primarily in many churches, people come into a board function believing that they are to be always counter the pastor, as a protectionist for so they are the protection for what happens. So when they come into that role, the first thing they think of is, so if they're called into a board position in the church, the first thing they think of is like, how can I protect the church from that person? Right? That goes in the mind of board members. And I want to shift our thinking from that perspective to, we are co-workers into this ministry that God has called us together, and we have shared responsibilities, but at times my responsibility as a board member clearly ends and the pastor's begins. And at times the pastor's responsibility clearly ends and the board member's responsibility clearly begins. So those are types of things that need to be very clear if you are to have a healthy board-pastor relationship as you work through things. So I wish more churches would take courses on how to manage boards well. I think it would be so beneficial. So many of the butting of heads and divisions that happen in church would be minimized if there was some understanding of how boards are meant to function. So, just as a way of introduction. So observing boards, I realized that there are 5 characteristics and habits that effective boards everywhere had. And by the way, I worked with some very effective boards, and I worked with some terrible boards. I worked with boards where one person would talk all the time and nobody else would have a chance to speak. I worked with boards where individuals would have agendas and they would phone the other board members way before board meetings, and by the time they got to the board meeting, that there was this secret conversation that had happened, and now you feel like you accosted somewhere and you become defensive. So I've been in board meetings where hours go by and you go, what, we're done already? This is so good. It feels like we are really accomplishing something. We're moving forward. We are having a lot of fun with each other, and this feels like a family. So I've been in both kinds of boards, and have learned to observe what makes them function properly. So, by the way, I'm not. If you ask me, I'm not going to give you these slides, and there's a reason why. There's some explanation that needs to go with these slides. The slides are just bullet points, and it's easy for somebody to just take bullet points and take them completely out of context. So, if at any time your church say, hey, we want to go more in depth with this, let's have a conversation, and we can do that. But, what you have, the printed paper, you probably can't read it because it looks, the words are so small. But if you have a magnifying glass at home, then you'll be able to see it. So a couple of things, again, as a way of introduction. I think we have until midnight tonight, so I have lots of time. So this workshop is meant to expand your views and enhance your understanding of why boards exist. It may challenge you. It may challenge you. It may challenge you because you came into a board that inherited a history that this is how boards function, and they have functioned like this forever. And then all of a sudden you walk into it, you go right into that culture, but it's not the right culture. So this may challenge you a little bit. Okay, so I want you to just be prepared for that. Second, this workshop is not meant to say, hey, this is a governance issue that you need to change your governance from a congregational to elder led. It's not that at all. Good boards function in both ways, in both types of governance. And if they manage well, they can function very well in both types of governance. So let's jump into the first one. The first thing that good boards understand is that they understand the need for clarity. So value number one for boards is they value clarity. So they spend a lot of time defining what happens, what's their purpose, how they function, where things go. So clarity is incredibly important for boards to be aware of. It become a value and a habit of. If things are murky, if things are left to, okay, so let me premise this. We're going to talk about relationships later, but sometimes we just tend to say, hey, we function because we like each other and there's great relationships. What happens if one of the elements of that relationship gets taken out? Now you don't have anything written down. You have no clarity of who makes what decision, when, and how. So clarity is an important piece of how boards function. And at times it feels like because we like each other, we don't want to put things in writing because it feels awkward. Do it. Part of the job, the job of the board is to just put in place practices that are clear that the next generation will be able to also run with it. Now, biblically, is that biblical? Well, the prophet Habakkuk, how many of you guys ever read the book of Habakkuk? Just a few of you. It's in the Bible, look it up. The prophet Habakkuk has an encounter with God, and he asks God some questions, and God replies to the prophet Habakkuk, and he says to him, I want you to write down this vision, and then he says this, make it simple, make it clear, so he who runs can run with it. In other words, those that are ahead of you, those that are in another generation, those that will come, that will need to know it, they will have it because you've written down. It's written down, it's there. So clarity is important in the job of the board. Good policies are important. Okay? Good internal bylaws are important. And so let's look at a few places where clarity is important. First of all, or McManus said that there are few things more powerful than a life lived with passionate clarity. I'm getting older now. I'm, kind of beginning my downside of that mountain in life, right? So you ramp up here, and then you get to the top of the mountain, and you start. And I realize the older I get, there are more things I don't want to do. Why is that? Because as I get older, I understand who I am better, and I have clarity about my life, and I go, I'm not going to spend time doing this because I'm better at this. And when I was younger, I would say, no, sure, I'll do anything and everything. But now there's a certain clarity that begins to happen in my life, right? So that's my excuse when my wife says, go take the trash out. I'm not going to spend time on this. I'm much better on that. No, the reality is that you begin to have a clarity. And for me, it's been amazing these last few years, and it's particularly the last 5 years of my life. I have a completely different understanding of who I am, how my relationships are formed, what how good I am at certain things and how lousy I am at other things. I'll take it for example. I am really lousy at relationships. I am, and I realize that. I'm a strategic thinker. My mind is always thinking about next step, and how this fits in here, how this fits in there. It's not easy for me to develop deep bonds with people in great relationships. So I realized that about 5 years ago. So what did I do? I created a strategy so I can build relationships. Because I knew I was good at strategy, I was lousy at relationships, so I created a strategy so I could have a relationship. I actually teach in that as well. I made a diamond. I created a diamond piece. Carson designed it for me. That it's about building relationships, and that's how I live my life, right? So I kind of formulate that, but that I understood. This is how I function. This is the way I am. So I'm not the warm and fuzzy person, right? So I had to understand, I had to move away from the pastoral place because it wasn't just, if you come for me for counseling, I'm probably going to say, just quit that. Stop it. Get over it. Right? There are people that are much better at just being compassionate and say, oh man, I just really feel for you. So it's not, but you come to me and you say, I got this problem, I want to get there, but I'm here and just don't know. I go, oh yes, let's just sit down, let's map this out, this can fit this way and that can go that way. So I'm living in the last 5 years with a certain level of clarity that is, that there's a freedom to it. Because before I was trying to force myself into things and areas and places where I just didn't feel right. So, and then I stopped. The other thing is I stopped. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Sometimes when I go into certain thing here, it just means that God is speaking to someone and there's somebody that needs to hear this. So I'm just going to follow what I feel in my gut. So I'm just going to tell you this. And one of the other things that happened in the last 5 years is that I stopped making excuses for how I am. I stopped saying, oh man, I'm so bad at this, I'm just lousy at this, and I'm so sorry about this, and I wish I was. I stopped because I was living under a certain level of bondage. So in the last 5 years, I have been able to find a freedom in accepting that God made me this way. I learned along the way, but I'm at a point in time in my life where I can now say, hey, if these are the things that God has put before me, I'm going to put my energy in these things. And I'm going to call alongside me people that are good at the other things I'm not good at. That's the other way I hire. So when I hire people that are good at the things that I'm lousy at. That's what I do. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying, but if this is for you, just take it with you. It might be something that God may be saying to you. So what are some of the things where boards needs to have clarity on? First thing, very difficult thing, is boards, they need to have clarity as it relates to the flow of authority. There has to be a clear way to define who is in charge, when, how far. We need to define those things. So who is in charge? What are the limiting factors of these persons' authority? How is authority given, and how clear is it defined? In the business world, we call this concept decision-making parameters. So the decision-making parameters are key to a healthy board functionality. Again, sometimes in church, we tend to lean in a relational piece, and we tend to imagine people they just know that they are only supposed to go this far. Right? But we are human beings, and human beings, we have the tendency of forgetting things, of things that are not clear. We just step into things. That's why did you know that there is there were two kinds of sin in the Bible. One sin was it was just a sin that it was just disobedience. The other sin was called the trespasses. And the trespasses was this way when you did something without even knowing, but it went against God. So when you pray the Lord's Prayer, one of the things, translated as debts, these are debts that we have, but this idea of the word trespasses, we have walked into a place where it's not ours to walk into. And if we as boards don't have clarity on who walks what when, and who does what, and who carries what, and who has to respond to who, we'll talk more about that later, then we are going to be creating a confusing type of environment, and we're just going to hope the people will manage it. But as you know, relationships are messy. Okay? Relationships are messy. So the importance of knowing who's in charge of this and who is going to tell me these pieces? Right? So, for example, did you know that the board has no authority outside of its convened board meeting unless it's given to? So you as a board member, if you're a board member, when you convene, you have all authority in the world because you are actually there. But at the moment you walk out of that meeting, you have no authority unless it has been given to you by the convened board. So in other words, you can't go as a board member and demand something from somebody if that authority has not been given to you by the board. You understand what I'm saying? Is it clear? Right? So as soon as you walk out of that board meeting, your authority as a board member changes and diminishes greatly. And the only authority you have is the one the board has assigned to you. It is important to know. So here's what I want you to do. Hopefully you are with as much as in a table with your counterparts from your church. If you're not, if you're sitting in different places, would you just kind of arrange that you are with members of the same church? Because I want churches to begin to discuss this. And if you're here by yourself, there are some other people by yourself or just one or two, make a table and discuss these things. Here's what I would like you to begin to think about. How does your church have clarity in this area of authority? And how is it written down or not? Talk about it. Talk about, and how do you view authority? Authority is one of those words that we, specifically in an MB world, we don't want to talk about. Right? We want to be humble. We don't want to walk in. But it's interesting because throughout the Bible, from Old Testament and New Testament, there's a call to walk in the authority of God. And in other words, you got authority from somewhere, and you're getting that authority from God, and you're walking in that authority from God, right? So I want you to have a clear, honest conversation about authority. How do you view it in your congregation? What's the elephant in the room as it relates to authority? What is missing? And let's have about 10 minutes around the tables. Any question? Okay, arrange yourself, and then before you start your conversation, let me just say one more thing.
I know I am. A two-person conversation with three.
Sure, sounds good.
I want to throw a big concept at you. Okay, before you have this conversation. Okay, just your attention for 1 second. Okay. I want to throw what I call big concept. Here's a big concept. All authority is derived from the mission of the organization. Okay, this is key. It might not seem like something, but it's key. You don't have any authority other than the authority of why that organization exists. So you as a church, the first clarity you have is why do you exist? And because out of that, you start distributing authority to perform the mission of that organization. Okay? So all authority flows out of the mission of the organization, and that's what So you call a pastor and you give that pastor authority to do certain things. Why? Because there's a mission, and because that pastor is a piece of accomplishing that mission. So put that as well, in your hat as you talk about this, and do you have clarity in your mission at the church? And does the functionality of your board and the functionality of your staff teams and everything that you give authority to, is it flowing out of that mission? Okay? Just a few minutes. Take about 15.
I'm from Lender. So this is the Lender walk.
Like you walked out of free.
Church.
So this actually
I'm the next board member, but I'm a member of a board committee that is charged with the liaison between conference commissions and member members. There's 4 of us.
So when you turn up,
Turn it down one.
Well, and my feedback on that, it carries on to like this is gathered essentially and then come back to your board. And actually, but that's not. Yeah, well, him, yeah, that was big, and him and I had a long talk on, or a lot of talks on it.
Around 140.
And that's why I was so excited. And as staff, then we can say, okay, this is a program opportunity, or not, or not, it's great.
Where did they get their authority?
We're going to put our budget and our time.
The leadership team.
That's right, yeah. But what about, let's talk about authority. Does the church have clarity in the area of authority? In general,
What would you describe as your mission then? Where the authority comes from?
so he really stepped out into the authority and response to him.
That's the problem, mixing up the vision with the mission.
it's really about my role in responsibilities right now, like your pastor, like works out, why can't you leadership team is always been like that. No. Okay. I work under someone says, I have a pastoral care, they should have like a brief, but I wonder if we should stream the clarity of authority in all of the areas as part of like an elder training program, so that the elders understand and we, I like to integrate
Our church is quite small.
Clearly,
information,
like
but
membership
we need to make sure we're not
to be involved in that.
There's something like, since we Erica, I've been stated a bunch of years that I was 5, which is probably
I think the wisdom would be that membership
I would streamline it.
Up to 20 for sure you could run membership with facility companies. But once you get
Yeah, you're right, and I teach it in practice.
then you have
We had so many questions about governance and blah, and I'm like, okay, I know to
it's never a bad idea.
Where's the eraser?
Authority comes from
Is that a written mission statement? Yeah, I'm gonna go and ask if we have one. Maybe we do.
Yeah, well, and I'm glad you're doing the announcement this to me, because it presents clarity, because, if we don't talk about, we'll assume what we have is what we're doing, and I'm very careful to message over, I am really clear, but so I'm really, I was looking at leadership team, and the question was, does your church need clarity in the area of authority? I think it actually does, structurally, as far as like, they elect the board, or the leadership team, I answer to the leadership team, and, or I guess the lead pastor would answer to the leadership team, I answer to the lead pastor, Shelley answers to the lead pastor, and ministry leaders under our responsibility, and it goes down like this. Something that I think would be interesting is
That knows in the search
to the greater congregation. Like, this is your board. I've been thinking a little what we can do in a year, but maybe each of you board members on Sundays or something, just to remind people that you are the board members, and that you are the face of the board. Does that make sense?
I think you're missing the point.
You've been on the board a lot, and you're a region host, and so then you're there. But not everyone has that team, and I don't think the board is directly not relevant. So there's no change of place.
That has nothing to do with it. That's not, that's, well, I think that, that has to be dispelled and when you delegate authority to the facilities commission, they have to report to the membership. But they are the effectors of that authority. And once you've given that authority, then the membership steps back and says, no, we've delegated that authority. It is now their authority, not ours. But there has to be feedback.
Well, that's such a good way of framing it.
At least once a year at the annual.
Your power lies when
to
we
say
ask
what
you
we did.
and then when you actually, as soon as you walk in the door, it's like you empower
So
yourself
I think you
unless
were
you've been
going a little bit negative
That was such a, because I was not
in the chain of command, the chain of authority.
So I'm gonna, we'll make that huge.
Once you've accepted authority, you then have the responsibility to check back with your members and tell them what you did.
It's just about 3 more minutes, and then we want to hear what some of the discussions are.
I know there is, but I'm curious to hear, like, you right away picked up on vision.
No, not that I know of.
Vision is a mission of how
Yeah, that's fine. It's not great, guys. You need to go to the shop.
Where you're going, mission
And we also, I don't feel, and I've never realized, so, and I'm board of masters. When he said that, they were doing it, like not River West. And I've seen elsewhere, but I've seen it elsewhere too. It's like we're on the team, and maybe that comes from like a longevity of series. Right. Just that last bit everyone should go back to. Yeah. Not advocating for Bible and not
because depending on what your mission statement is, that will determine where
yeah, and outside we go for I know, gold star for all. But yeah, there, I think the big thing is like putting faces in the authorities so that you can actually exercise the proper channels.
What would, without having written down and what would you say is your
No, and I almost think it would be more effective to adopt a handful of families that you FaceTime with than because some ministries like meet they kind of meet once a year and then they my mom is like you did this job and you did this job and
There's two or three different big ideas that are all like one is we're here to reach
what is the purpose of teaching the gospel?
I can see how that. How did that work?
So that's what I looked at for. Idea. The other idea is
I put on Peter paper in big letters the names of all of the kids in the youth that year.
so there's almost like
I find that that's very,
And so it kind of felt like it wasn't like that. I was actually I noticed that they don't have it, so I want them.
Well, I know you're having some good conversations. You're gonna have many more of these conversations throughout the day.
what happens
So
when everybody in your church has been
we just want to bring the big group
what has
together.
been the mission of that church? Yeah, but then you require new resources. And then your mission statement has to reflect where the resources.
Now, I'm very curious, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, so I'm not going to say table one, tell me what you. So I'm going to say, hey, who wants to talk about some of the things that was very relevant in your conversation? So I call those aha moments. Did you have any aha moments at your table conversation? Anybody can? Is there anybody that wants to? No aha moments.
Just that need between elder rules versus pastoral rules, where that defining line is. You mentioned, where the elder responsibility stops and the pastor starts.
Mm-hmm. So, what are some of the things that challenged you in this first piece? That you go back, so put your church hat on, and you think, what are some of the things we are just not doing right now that this all of a sudden highlights to us?
We're actually in the process of doing voice division. We clarified our vision, mission of the church. We're looking at our governance structure. Actually, what it feels like we realize that there's some challenges with our current. We recognize that we say some things, but we do things differently, and that's not clear.
Right.
So in the last, actively working
Good. Who feels overwhelmed by the conversation? Is there anybody that feels like, oh man, there's so much work ahead of us? No, that's good. Okay, we'll get heavier as we go.
We had a little bit of a hiccup when we couldn't agree what the difference between mission and vision. Now, in business or in a company, the mission is what you want to do now, and the vision is what you want to grow to or become in the future. Can you relate that to a church setting?
Very important question, Artie, because the reality is that for nonprofit organizations, the blur line between mission and vision is a lot thinner than it is for for-profit companies. So for-profit companies will say to themselves something like this: we'll grow our overseas market by this many percent by the year such and such. That's a big vision, right? So that's what they want to do. And then they will come back and say, and the mission is to serve those markets in this way. So that's the mission that they have. So they will have a vision of getting there and a mission of how they're going to do it. In the for-profit, the line is so thin because, and my advice for churches is, regardless of what you call it, a vision or a mission, have something that indicates your direction. This is where we're going and what we value in this process. So yeah, you're right. Vision is that big piece. Mission is what? So it's a big piece you haven't got to, but you want to get there. And mission is the process by which you're getting there. Does that answer your question or clarifies a little bit?
Well, if we can go with that for the rest of the day, that would be nice, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and the reason that came up is because we have it the opposite way at our church. Our mission, the way we have looked at it is, everybody in this room will probably have a very similar mission. Like, what are we doing? We are helping people to follow Jesus Christ and help others know, love, and serve Him. But then our vision may change depending on what year, how God's leading. So have we got it backwards?
No, I don't think so. I think that, to be honest with you, I think we can nuance mission or however we want. There's only one mission. Go and make disciples in all the world. That's the mission of the church. Okay. So you can nuance it and you can call it, put some elements in it, but that's the mission of the church, and the church is called to do that. Now, you can have a vision that says, we are going to have 10 campuses in the next 10 years. That's the vision we're driving through. But we do this because of the mission of making disciples, right? So that is the way to do it. But so when I was a pastor, my board wanted to sit down and just come up with a beautiful statement of mission. And I said, what's the point? We have a mission. It's in the Bible. Go and make disciples. And it says what we need to identify is how we're going to do this. How are we going to do this, right? That was the thing. But I don't go against any church that nuances the go and make disciples pieces, right? I don't go against it. I'm just saying, if you don't have that in your mission statement, you need to put it in there. It needs to be about making disciples, because remember this authority thing? The only authority the church has is the authority received from God to make disciples. Now let me just say something. It's going to shock you. So hold on for a second, cringe for a bit, but then I'm going to explain why I'm saying this. The mission of the church is not to introduce people to Jesus. It is to make disciples. There's a big difference. Because sometimes we are really good at saying, come and say yes to Jesus, but we are lousy at letting them become more like Jesus. So we stopped at the first step. That's one of the steps, is to say, hey, there's a Jesus who loves you and wants to save you. That's important, really important. But that's not the goal. The goal is to take those people who said, I want to know Jesus and walk alongside them, a lifelong walk of making them more like Jesus. Come on, somebody.
Yes. Amen.
Right? So if we grasp this, it changes the way we do the business of the church. Just completely changes the DNA of the church, and everything we do, it gets changed by understanding this. We have one mission. Again, we are just going a rabbit trail here. I'm preaching to you, but I'm sure you know this, but I wanted to say that anyhow. Any further comments about authority? No? So how do you change a culture where you're having problems with, this issue of authority because everybody and their cousin is making decisions? I've been to churches like that, right? Where everybody is making decisions. There isn't a clarity of who makes decision where and when. What's the authority of the collective church, and what does the church makes decision about, and what does what does a small group of people is empowered to do? Those kinds of things. So how do you change that? Well, there are 3 words I want you to keep it with you for the rest of the day. Those are these 3 words: conviction, construct, and culture. Okay? So the first thing you need to have is a conviction. So it has to be part of what you believe, that authority and clarity of authority is important. And this will work for anything. So you want to change the culture, you have to work at these 2 things. Okay? So conviction needs to come first. So you need to do Bible studies about authority. You need to sit down and pray together and talk about authority, define authority, all of those things until it becomes part of your day-to-day DNA. So you understand it. By the way, people who understand authority do not use it heavily. People who do not understand authority are the ones that you got to worry about. People who understand authority walk in it with a gentleness. So my boss at the Hilton Corporation, a guy who is a high up millionaire CEO, he is just, but he led us from a simplicity and a way of just bringing people together that was just amazing. Now I had underbosses, I had other people that were not as high up as him that walked around like, I'm the king of the world and you got to do what I say. So people who do not understand authority tend to misuse it. People who understand authority, they know how to use it well. They know how to use it well. Now, did Jesus have authority or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
He had authority. He called a dead man out of the grave and been there for 3 years. That's authority. Or 3 years, 3 days, sorry. He's been there for 3 days. He called him out. I find it interesting that you even use the words Lazarus, come forth, right? I think he called him by name because if he had said, dead man come forth, all the dead men in the cemetery would come out. That's authority. Right, so he had authority, but did people love to be with him? Absolutely. Did he overuse that authority? Never. So we should not be afraid of authority. It's not something to be fearful of. It's something to embrace, and if you understand it, you use it in the right way. If you don't understand it, you're going to misuse it. So conviction is the first thing. So you got to talk about it. It's got to be part of your conversation. Constructs. Anybody know what that word means? Another way for saying systems. So you have, it's part of your DNA. You can't just leave it at talking. Now you create the systems that you're going to walk this thing out with. You put systems in place to get this thing to work properly. What happens is if you combine these 2 things and you do it well, you have culture. Right? You have something that begins to change into shape. So those things are important. So keep this. Every time you bump into something where you go, the culture of this place is just terrible, go back to those two things. Let's sit around, let's talk about our convictions, let's get to, to the point where we get to this is the conviction we have, and then when we arrived at that, now let's create the systems that is going to allow us to walk this out. Okay? We think we're going for a break, right, Paul?
Yep.
So.
All right, well, that was fantastic. More to come. We're just going to take a 15-minute break or so. Just a reminder again, the restrooms are down at the end of the hallway, code 2090. I have on occasion walked over there and early on, and it's like I can't even remember 4 numbers. Like, what's my problem? Like, so if you have to write it down, okay, don't go for it. Because I had to almost. It's unbelievable. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, so be back here at about 25 to 11, and then we'll re-engage. Thank you. Oh, there's more coffee and all kinds of good stuff right next door over here. So.
Don't let her win.
Then you asked, I brought back
No.
Okay, hope you grabbed the coffee and you're ready to go. We're going to continue to talk about clarity as a value, and we're going to look at a second piece where boards need to have clarity, and that is clarity as it relates to accountability. So this is a matter of reporting. You know, who do you report to, and what kind of things you want to report on. So, you know, what are the things that you've been giving authority to perform, but how do you come back and say, hey, we performed this is how it works. So accountability is really important. Who is accountable to whom? It's really important that you define. Now, we have had situations in boards where pastors will have many bosses. So there will be the whole board as a boss to a pastor. Then they bring somebody and they call the lead pastor, and they put that person under the lead pastor, but it's actually not really under the lead pastor. So there's this confusion between who is the person accountable for. So the youth pastor says, well, should I be accountable to the lead pastor? Should I be accountable to the board? There is no clarity of accountability. Who is going to sit with that person and say, hey, you're just not performing the way you're supposed to? You know those things you're dropping? Or, boy, this is great, the stuff you're doing. How can we build that up? How can we increase that? How can we resource you? So the idea of having clarity around accountability is key. You know, how clearly understood is the flow of accountability? We call it in the business world the reporting relationships. Reporting relationships. Do you have that clear in your bylaws, or in your governance, I should say? You know, do you have a reporting relationship? So who reports to whom? Then what kind of reporting systems you have in place? It's not just about who you report to, but what kind of data or information is being collected, right? How are we helping this? I'll talk a little bit more later in the area of relationships about when we go to timely. There's something we're going to talk about, timely collection of data. But we have to have systems in place that not only just say, hey, this person responds to that person, but what does the person responds about? What are the things we're collecting? What's the information we want to gather here? And are we tracking that? Are we keeping track of this? So I'll throw a little nugget here. We'll talk more about it later. But here's what happens typically in a church context is we have an annual review of our staff, right? Annual review of our staff. And sometimes at the annual review, we got at that time, so a month before the annual review, we got as much information about this pastor, this staff member as we can. We put it in a paper, and then we sit down with them, and more times than none, that pastor gets completely surprised about things. What? How did that get here? Why? It's because we haven't been tracking. So at the end of the year, we try to do a year's worth of collection, and the person can't help but be surprised by certain things that are in there. Right? So how do we create a system of accountability where people are tracking with you because they are informed of the data you're collecting on the way that they are performing their job, their duties? So not just who you report to, but how you report to and what you report to. And then we talked a bit about avoiding triangulation. Triangulation is just a sense of having more than one boss and not have clarity of who is going to tell you what to do, because sometimes what happens is you're going to have some confusing elements where this one is pulling a certain way and that one is pulling a certain way. I worked with a church for 2 years in a consulting role. For 2 years, this church had 2 massive boards. One was called the Board of Elders, and one was called the Council of the Church. Right? And so the Board of Elders were people that were called in and given some unclear authority. They just said, well, you are our spiritual watch care. So you're the Board of Elders. What does that mean? We don't know. So they assumed a whole bunch of things. And the council, which was a board of representatives, so the youth leader, the council of representatives of the church, also assumed a whole bunch of things. In the middle was this pastor. The poor pastor was pulling his hair out because this board is telling him, you do this, and that board is telling him, you do that. So this pastor burned out, went out. They got a second pastor who then played them against each other. So this second pastor said, you're not going to play me, I'm going to play you. So he would go to this board and says, those guys over there, they are telling me this, but that's not what we should be doing. What do you think? And they go, yeah, this should be what we're doing. He goes to the other board, those guys don't know what they're doing. So when they called me, this church was like, what do we do? It took me 2 years with this church, 2 years. Because there was an ingrained culture where these things were so sacred to them, you know? So, these things happen. You inherit a system. You don't have to keep the system you inherited. If there is a good process, we'll talk about process too, but if there's a good process of beginning to engage and say, hey, this makes sense to move that way. Now another nugget I'll say to you, how do you create those kinds of changes that, change, people typically tend to react to changes. There are 3 types of personalities in any given church as it relates to change. The first one, I call it the nostalgic. And I said that in one church, and a lady got up, excuse me, we're the historians. What's the nostalgic? The nostalgic is those that believe that the past is the hero. In 1963, when so-and-so was the pastor here, this church was awesome because that, It's no longer that way. It doesn't matter what you do. It does not matter what you do. That is where the reliance lied in that period of time. They have stuck in that period of time. Now, do we stop listening to the nostalgic? No. Why? Because if you go and analyze, there are some concepts that happened in 1963 that this church lost. So you don't say, hey, we want to go back to 1963, but what are the concepts that are in 1963 that we should now maybe modernize it, but should be applied to the mission of the church now? So you try to mine for those concepts and bring them to light in a new way. So that's the first personality. And boy, those personalities, a guy like me, I have the third personality, which is called visionary, right? So I'm thinking 10 years down the road. That's my mind is, my mind works in 10 years increment. The way I think is if I do this today, 10 years in a row, that's going to be the result that we're going to get. All right, so that's how my brain works. I don't wish that on anybody, to be honest with you. There are plenty of nights where I lie in bed and my mind does not shut off, right? It's just saying, whoa, this is so good. If we only did this, we're going to get there. So a guy like me that is a visionary is thinking 10 years down the road. Sometimes I completely forget about the emotional and relational attachment that people has to a history, to a history and to something that happens. And I can be very abusive at times to people who have the nostalgic personality. So I had to learn in my strategic thing that I created, I had to learn to listen to the nostalgia and mind mind the concepts that they are talking about. Okay? Keep that in mind. Second personality is the complacent. The complacent are the people, let's not rock the boat. It's good the way it is. Let's not move it. And those people too, they can be annoyed, or you can be annoyed by them because you want to get something done and they're just, oh, I don't know, let's just process it a little bit more. Let's have another meeting about that meeting so we can call another meeting for that. So the complacent seem to be the kind of person that's not going to allow you to move. What I have come to realize, the people are complacent not because they are not wanting to have changes, but it's because they value relationships so greatly that they know that the moment you rock the boat, they're going to lose some relationships in the process. There are people that they're going to have to say goodbye to the moment they take this camp. The moment they walk over here, they're going to lose those relationships over there. So the complacent are completely paralyzed by the fact that not everybody is moving at the same pace. They want to bring everybody along. Right? Let me give you a big piece of wisdom. You won't be able to. You cannot move everybody with you. And when changes come, you will lose some people. It just happens. It happens. Now, did it happen to Jesus? Well, the Bible tells us that we always talk about the 12 disciples. But the Bible tells us in the book of Luke that there's somewhere around the neighborhood of 500 people that were with Jesus. And then Jesus talks about people eating his body and drinking his blood and all, talking about his death. And then all of a sudden, everybody leaves except for the 12. Then Jesus goes to the disciples and says, do you want to leave too? And they said, well, where are we going to go if you bring, you have the eternal food. I can't remember the terminology now, but the reality is that when you introduce something, some people are going to say, too much for me. Too much for me. And you need to realize that you need to be prepared. So you need to be prepared to have some good exit. So you can disagree in a direction as long as you don't burn the relationships. Okay? Don't let people leave mad. Don't let people just say, hey, we disagree on this, but let's be brothers and sisters in Christ. Sometimes you won't be able to do that either. Okay? Some people are going to be mad because they don't see the change, they see you as the change. Right? They see the board, or those are the people who took what we liked away. So you become the face of what happens. But in everything, this is what the Bible says, and all that is necessary to do, all that is necessary to live in peace. Right? So we are going to pursue that. As people exit, as people are mad at us, we're going to pursue that. We know we're not going to walk together on this, but let at least part in a good way, and as much as we can. Accountability, very, very important. Okay? So, clarity in the area of accountability. Do you have that as a board? Do you have a clear accountability systems? Do you know what you're going to ask your staff people or your staff members? Do you know what you're asking yourselves as a board? I mean, sometimes we as a board, we sit down and we just create all of these great things that we're going to demand of the staff. How about us? What do we demand of ourselves? All right? So, do you know what you're doing? So, I want you to huddle again at your table and talk about accountability. What systems do you have? What is not working for you? And what do you think is it's a good process moving forward if that becomes a reality for you? So, just let's take about 10 minutes.
In my experience, the conflict arises in our local churches when we try to have an executive board and an elders board.
Other than three personality types.
The law is very clear on that. Elders board should be a deliberative body rather than doing work. And it's perfectly okay to have an elders board as long as
That's how you do
it's
this.
our theology. This is and their job is not to introduce the best theology, but just to identify what's in there. The executive board should stay away from they pay the bills, they keep the lights on, they make sure that the business of the church runs smoothly. And when you try to get one doing both jobs, sorry, when you get two bodies trying to do I've been church board for a long time. The people that gravitate to an executive board are not
but we would come up with an idea, and we would be
sometimes it's done
and say we'd be
best
like, like the first, second week, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and we all would go, and
people will gravitate
I wonder if that would still be the stuff we talked about. And so it allowed us to go.
sometimes you can download
And I remember
that
watching
code
it happen, and it was really well facilitated. And I remember having a respect for that.
store, you can call it whatever you like. Pastoral work, if you take care of the spiritual executive board, installation,
The truth, I think, for this story
with you
is
out.
to, once it's been really long, that we need to step over it.
Some pastors are not good at that. Some pastors want to be
No, I
executive.
thought we did.
Those people, I am very good.
I know.
Well, how do you feel? I want to have
non-measurable. Did you meet your goals? Which is I would write up. And I did shout out for me. And so my frustration is regular accountability. What does it look like to do something like this quarterly and not have to be on a dream that doesn't result in nothing? And how does grace fit in? Came to light that he was
Oh my goodness, it's only after you maybe look for minutes from now.
She dealt with the school personally and was really
You're only at a
small and healthy.
Okay, well, they're great. Is it real? Yes. Like my daughter, there's this teacher. Don't even. So I don't see this one as a word that's more important than these are when I worked at Riskies, but like there's no point in stand when I'm like your sales where this is the item number goal, you hit this, you exceeded this, this, what are the steps you're gonna take? And it was like everyone. It's harder to do when it's like it's you have to know every single word you need. People underestimate people who just want to fix that. Andy Stanley says that anything is just say it. And like, I don't know what we measure, but it's because I don't think like I want to see depth and I want to see richness and yeah, make disciples, but I don't want surface level disciples. I think that's
3 hours. Yeah.
that's the service, and so it's to me it's deep down, not just like my vision is and those things are measured by an ambition that was practical hours. That wasn't it. That was really it was like so like they did all this basically they take you over programs and people are and the passive market is
for example,
who's your board of control? How are you competing with others? I think it's different than the accountability of, hey, I noticed you're investing in taxes. Let's have a talk about what's going on in your life, right? I just noticed. That was the first thing I did. It was actually or,
Two more minutes and then we'll come together again.
Like just your starters, it's like you feel 40 minutes.
Two more phrases.
What do you want?
And you mentioned is very, very real because of the devotional at the beginning of the board meeting. What it does is centers people down. And you will find that its contentiousness drops by several levels. Really gets down. What exactly, or how exactly that evolves, really is important. Assuming it's centered down, that it does
30 seconds to wrap up your group conversation.
Pizza works well.
Simple.
Simple.
So if you're very interested, I'll let you wrap up your conversation. So be very interested to hear some of the thoughts around your table in the area of clarity as it refers to accountability. So I don't know who on your table wants to speak of it, but
I had a question. I've worked in sales, and accountability in sales is great. You make your sales goal or you don't, and that's great. It's measurable. In nonprofit work and in pastoral ministry, as a pastor, what measurables do you use? Like really, to hold myself, how do they hold me accountable to these measurables? And I always wrestle with how does grace fit in? Because I think sometimes we're in the habit of letting people continue on in poor habits and performance and say, well, you know what, there's grace here. And there is, but this is reporting and accountability. And so how do you handle that?
so I'm gonna actually, the next phase of our conversation is responsibility, where we're gonna touch on that particular thing. We're gonna talk about that. As it relates to the first part of what do you measure in a church, I think it is important to measure according to, so if you have your mission and then your vision, and you say you're gonna accomplish these kind of things, you know, we're going a little bit ahead of it, but is there a strategic plan? And from that strategic plan, is there a tactical plan? So a tactical plan is for staff members more important than the strategic plan. Strategic plans will be your big bullet points. Your tactical plan is day-to-day operation of that plan. So you can measure people on a tactical plan. So for example, say, Erica, this part of the tactical plan is that you will visit 3 people this week, for example, as part of that. That's measurable, right? So you can measure that. You can say, did you manage to do that? And if not, why? And then you start looking at where you're bumping against that is preventing you from doing those things. So it is important to have some kind of tactical, the ability to have a tactical plan for ministry, that even for the person who is doing ministry, and by the way, they need to participate in creating that. It can't be just mandated. They need to participate in putting together a tactical plan. So even for the person that is on the roll, it gives them a certain freedom. There's things I gotta do, and it doesn't mean that the tactical plan doesn't increase or decrease depending on how it's unrolling. A couple of very difficult things for me is this is the second time I'm walking into a role. So same thing that happened in Manitoba conference. They didn't have an executive director. So they hired me and they said, okay, you're the executive director. And I said, so what are the tactical things for the executive director? We don't know. You got to figure out. So it was a year, 2 years, 2-year process for me to kind of feel comfortable that I say, hey, these are the things that actually I should be doing, and these are the things that the conference minister should be doing, and these are the things that these communication persons should be doing. These are the different roles and how I'm going to measure that. So I'm walking, this is the second time I'm walking into a place where, you know, although the job of executive director existed, we moved to national director into a new collaborative model that is completely different. So part of my job right now is defining what is this role all about, right? And how do we work this out? Because I find it important. I need to get up in the morning and look and say, hey, did I achieve this? Did I do it right? Am I far out of the left field here? And so those, you know, so they're measurables, they're things, but only if you have a tactical plan for that.
Sorry, can I just ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
So would you take, if you did regular reporting, would you take the data from what was accomplished and not accomplished to identify trends and then alter your tactical plan?
Absolutely, absolutely. And you may want to, so you may want to alter, or you may want to change the person, right? It depends on why those things are not being accomplished. And so we are moving ahead a little bit here, but those are some of the things that we'll talk about. Anybody else?
Just a comment about the personalities and sort of we're looking at it in our group. It's like, but it's important to have some representation of all of those personalities within your board or within your discussion so that they're well represented, that you're not missing,
Right.
groups in your body.
Oh, absolutely. So those personalities were just my makeup of personalities. Like this is what I figure out. Not saying that these exist in some psychology book somewhere, right? I just looked at it and go, oh, that person, and I tend to put people in category. I go, that's a nostalgic. Oh, that's a complacent. Oh, that's a visionary. And I tend to change my relationship around depending on that. But if you are going to really think about what kind of gifting, I won't go there yet. We'll go there. Just like, yeah. Anybody? Anything else about accountability? Who is having a problem in their context in the area of accountability? Church in the back there. Okay.
Elton?
Yes.
What about this concept of lack of clarity around who the pastor is accountable to? I think one of the things that I often bump into, the pastor's maybe unclear. Am I accountable to the board? Am I accountable to the church? Am I like the congregation, the membership? Or am I accountable in some ways to both? How does that work? Do you want to speak into that a little bit?
Sure. And I have to say that I'm not putting a hard line here, okay? I'm gonna go back to this church I worked with for 2 years. Part of that process was identifying what was the pastor accountable to the board for, and what was the pastor accountable to the congregation for. Because I think in the escalating piece, the board of the church is a representation of the church, called out by the church to speak on behalf of the church. So the church is giving the board authority in many great ways to represent them, right? A lot of churches don't think that way. They think, well, no, they're just there to do the fiduciary and sign papers. That's what they do. But the reality is that the board has actually received that authority from the body. So how does the pastor, what are the, in a particular lead pastor, what are some of the things that they are responsible for to the congregation, and what some of the things that they are responsible to the board? Well, I would reframe that to say, what's the responsibility of the congregation? What's the congregation has authority over, in a sense? So with that congregation, we arrived at 4 things that the congregation as a whole together was responsible to do. The first one was approval of budget. You don't want just a group of 5 people, 10 people putting the church into debt, doing things that are with the money that is not conducive to the ministry that's called. So you want the whole congregation who's participating in that to say, this is, we agree with the direction of how the fund that we are putting into it is being used. So the congregation is responsible for the approval of budget. The second thing that we decided in that concept, in that consultation with the church, is that the church is responsible for the hiring of the lead pastor. The church was responsible for the hiring of the lead pastor. So they would come together and say, candidate someone and make a decision on, this is I'll come back to you just in a second, and then make a decision that this is the person we want to lead us. Ernie?
Hiring and calling should be probably defined a little bit more clearly.
Sure.
Because legally the board hires the pastor according to the laws of Alberta.
Absolutely.
But the membership has to call the pastor.
Absolutely. You got it. You're absolutely right. So thank you for that clarification. So let's say the congregation then is responsible for the calling of the pastor, who then legally becomes, it's hired by the board, because the board has the authority to hire in the legal society. That's the second thing. The third thing is the congregation is responsible for any approval of any major capital ventures. Any major capital ventures. So you're gonna demolish your building, build a new one. You're gonna sell your building, buy another one. The congregation should be the one voting on these things. And the fourth thing is the church is responsible for the appointing of the board. The appointing of the board. So those were the four decisions that that the congregation then gets to make. So what happens is now there is a clear indication of where the pastor goes for accountability. It goes back to that board, right? It goes back to that board. The pastor can bring vision to the congregation in many different ways, but the accountability rests between the board and the pastor. So those are the four things. I'm not writing this in stone, okay? Their churches will decide, hey, the other thing that the church is going to do is you got to go back to the church every time you need to change the budget by $1,000, for example. It's up to your congregation if you want to do that. I would suggest that you find a ceiling where, you know, any more than that, we got to go back to the congregation because it substantially changes the budget. Okay, but you have to also give flexibility because budgets are actually a breathing thing. They are not a hard line. Sometimes we look at it as a hard line, but things happen during the year that either affect positively or negatively the budget of the church. So how much authority has the board has to move pieces around that budget is important to define as well. Okay. Any other questions around this issue? Did that make sense to you?
Yep.
Those four things kind of fit. Your church may have more, and I'm not saying stop it. I'm just saying we're going to talk. One of the last values is simplicity. So can you make it simple that everybody knows that this is what we're about here? We're not going to go into that area because it belongs to someone else to deal with. Should I move on? Everybody's quiet. Okay, good. Next one. This one will answer some of your questions. But you need clarity around responsibility, right? So, first of all, do you give people clear description of the role you're calling them to? Do they have that? Now, if you ask my employees, they will say to you, no, we don't have it. And the reason why is because in this development phase, well, I said to them, give me a year. We are going to work together for a year. Here's some big bullet points, but we're going to work together for a year. A year from now, we're going to sit together and we're going to together define these roles. Because we walked it out, we know what. So I don't know, when I called Carson to be the Communications and Operations Director for the CCMBC, I had an idea what was going on at the CCMBC side in terms of the Herald, CP Printing, Kinder Productions, all of the other pieces of communications that we have as these companies that exist. I had an idea, but I didn't know what state they were and what kind of role Carson would have to play, or what kind of role I would have to play. So I said to Carson, here are some bullet points. I want you to take it, look at it, and say, does this fit with what something you envision yourself doing? And if it is, give me time, give me a year. Let's walk this out a year together, and then we're going to sit back together and say, let's put some descriptors under these bullet points because we need some better things. So, do you have clear roles? Right? Here's one of the things the pastors get. It's two things. There are two things that I have heard from pastors. One is the demanding of visitation is one of them. There's this unwritten rule that I got to visit everybody that is sick, for example. And in a smaller church, it's probably fine. In a bigger church, it becomes more complicated. But if the culture of the church is that, then if the lead pastor doesn't go and visit the person that is sick, but then he gets, because he has time now, or she has time, gets to go visit the next person that is sick, then what happens is now the first person said, well, then I'm not important, I'm leaving. And so, do you have a description that visitation is actually this level of importance? Right? In your description of what a pastor is meant to do. Preaching is the other one. Now, you take me, for example. I love preaching. You can tell I'm standing here and talking to you. I love preaching. But more than love preaching, I love how to teach people how to preach. So I would preach, 2 Sundays, and I would take some younger person and teach them how to preach and get them to preach in a church for the other 2 Sundays. And so I had people that said to me, I'm leaving because you barely preach. Right? But there was no description that said for me, you're going to preach four Sundays, or you're going to preach 3 out of 4, or you're going to preach, here's what we expect you to do in that role. My heart is development. That's my heart. So whatever places, if a church had said to me, I got to preach 90% of the sermons, I would say, thank you, I'm going to seek employment somewhere else. Because it just doesn't fit with who I am. I feel like I need to develop people around me and propel them forward so they can be doing that. So have some clear role descriptions. And then we talk about a reporting system in a place before from the point of view of the person collecting the data, but now is about the person that has to give the data. Do they know what you're going to ask them? Do you know what you're measuring? That's the question that was asked here. Do you know what is being measured? What is being expected for them to in this performance? What are we going to do? How do you manage role redundancies? 2 people doing the same things. This goes for volunteers too, people. We call out volunteers and we love them and they're doing great, but somebody else is doing something very similar, and all of a sudden the lines are blurred and those people butting heads because there is no role clarity in these volunteer positions. And how defined are your systems of monitoring and measuring? Again, we love people. We give people lots of grace because that's who we are, and we have been given grace. But it doesn't take us away from creating a measuring and a monitoring system for the leaders and the staff and the volunteers we are calling to be in ministry. Are they doing what they've been called to? Are they just occupying a space that somebody else could be doing that? So performance, are you analyzing people's performance? Are they performing? And if they are not, are you calling them on it? With gentleness and with love, are you telling them, hey, a bit disappointed with how things have gone so far. Tell me why we haven't been able to do these things. So what's going on, right? So I consulted with another church because they were in the midst of turmoil because the church had wanted to fire their youth pastor. And they wanted to fire, so the board wanted to fire the youth pastor. The church wanted to say, no, you can't fire the youth pastor. So they called me. When they couldn't find a solution, they called me and says, can you do that? So I did a little bit of digging around, and I found out the youth pastor is doing absolutely nothing and was getting paid to do absolutely nothing. So we couldn't account for any of his hours. He would say that he was here, and then you would go and say, did he come? No, he didn't. So on top of this youth pastor was lying about where he was and what he was doing, and it was consistently absent for anything. But he had this great ability to smile and to hug people and to put their hands around people, and they loved that warm, fuzzy feeling. So I went to the congregation, because it was a congregation that called me, and I said, there's no way, if you're serious about ministry, that you're going to keep this person. You can't keep this person. You're paying them to do something that this person is not doing. So I developed, out of that experience, I developed a concept called compassion overhead. Okay? You can borrow it if you want. What is compassion overhead? Compassion overhead is that we have so much compassion for people that even though it's costing the organization tons of of money and energy and everything, and the organization is not moving forward because the wrong person's in the wrong place, not performing the right way. We keep them there because we think that if we are to say to people, you can't be here, we're going to hurt them, and we don't want to hurt them. You are hurting them by keeping them there. Why are you hurting them? Because you're educating them that that what they're doing is right when it's not. And you're hurting the organization because you're not being responsible in your authority of monitoring. So compassion overhead costs churches across the world tons of money and people hours. Okay? So human resources and financial resources can be easily depleted if you haven't, if you're not paying attention to your compassion overhead. Now, I don't want to sound like a hardliner. I hope you're getting my heart here. This is not about just go around firing anybody who messed up today, or just saying 3 months you're gone. Those kind of things is not that. But if you have a good measuring and monitoring place system in place, you'll be able to tell after 2-3 months that something's already wrong. You try to adjust it, you try it again, try again. After 6 months, you should know. This is not about the system, this is about the person. That's about the person. Having said that, okay, I want to introduce you to 2 new concepts. They're not new, but two other concepts. One is called the performance review, which most churches use. So one, there's a number of them. There's a 361. There's just the board pastor review, called the management. In a business language, the management review. And so there are a number of reviews, typically done once a year. Once a year, what you are looking for is you're looking for. So those reviews are built on what is not being done right. No matter what language you use on it, those reviews are built from the perspective of what is not done right. Why? Because we want increased performance. To increase performance, we need to know what is not being done right. So typically those reviews come back from a very negative point of view. Typically, okay? So one of the questions is, how's the pastor's preaching on one of the reviews? So you get 20 people to answer that, and you can have 10 people saying, yeah, I actually enjoyed it, and you have 5 that says, well, he's not biblical, or she's not doing this in the right way, or it's all of a sudden it becomes this tug of war, because those reviews are built in improving performance. To improve in performance, you need to determine what areas of performance needs to be improved, which is a negative. So you're looking for the negative in those reviews. Okay? Now IBM. Yeah, IBM 7 years ago moved from a performance review to something what they call the performance development. Performance development is different. Performance development looks at what level of development can we do here. So what happens is that they moved away from the annual performance review to a month performance development appraisal. So they sit with people and they ask them 6 questions. Typically the questions are like this. So what did you do last month, in the last 30 days? Did you accomplish what you had in mind to accomplish in the last 30 days? What prevented you from accomplishing what you needed to accomplish in the last 30 days? How can I, as the manager, help you to accomplish what you need to accomplish? Final question, what are your goals for the next 30 days? So it's a 30-day window where you begin to look at it and say, these things were done, these things are not done. Here are the reasons why these things are not done. We may have to, after that meeting, decide that we need to send this person for some skill development. because they're lacking skills in this area, and will help them to do what they do better if they had some development in this area. So what that is looking, it's not looking for the negative. It's looking for a balance between what exists and what needs to exist, and saying, let's ramp up this area here by providing you the help you need to do this better for the next 30 days. What happens in this is after 30 days, you sit down for an annual review, there are no surprises. You've been talking about this throughout the year. So there's not the shock, go, I didn't know people thought that about me. I didn't know they didn't like my preaching. I didn't know that somebody was mad that I didn't visit them. Right? So, some other concepts for you. So we're gonna spend some time. Are we breaking what time for
about noon?
Noon for. So let's spend some time on this. Just about. Let's take just 5 minutes, because I want to cover as much as I can before lunch. So let's take just 5 minutes for this. Okay, just talk about the area of responsibility.
There's a lot of, in some ways, I think if you establish the system, once you establish it,
Your family business?
Family business.
Yeah. But what is not
Church is just a reflection of the rest of us.
and sometimes it's like I'm continuing on doing the things that need to be done.
I spent my life
I
teaching
love,
surgeons
and
how
because
to
I
operate,
already break down
doctors how to operate when it comes to it. And
everything I do is down.
And members of the church will come and say, well, you don't preach that. I used to have patients make me promise that I would do their operation, not the chief resident. And I would lie, but I didn't. Because in my opinion, what they were asking me to do is take full responsibility for the operation. And if that means that my 4th-year resident is going to back that mess and I'm going to do this and this, I want them to know that the responsibility is mine. So I would say without hesitation, I will be your operator. I am responsible for this surgery.
And it would also help, there's a
forget
little
it.
bit of
Don't
overlap
forget
and
it. Let's be perfectly clear about it. And it works. And I think it's the same thing with
you're like 4 minutes.
I want you to preach every time. Okay, I will. Sometimes it's going to happen. I've seen that I think that's the responsibility of a lead pastor. If the lead pastor preaches all the time, in my opinion, he is shirking. It doesn't have to be preaching. A number of other
hard. So I don't know what our ministry do. Like you're bringing that's so much what I could have. Like there's so many ways to fortify our volunteers.
I'm thinking about it in my experience. So we need to get some, and then, yeah, I understand why we have to but you don't come out with a plan unless you don't have
I was thinking that aligns with and like when it comes to youth, yeah, someone who I would say like there's a time that like yes, you sit down well, it got reinforced. But that is such a good way to say it. And for a church to see it looking at the church, when you're ready, and it's like you're called to steward this for the mission that God has for your church. When you're just like, oh, I guess but that phrase, just wait for the
yeah, this is really good because I have multiple conversations with and I think now the word I think I finally come to what I want to do.
trying to get at a lot of things, and you have to have lots of conversations and all kinds of stuff. You should do it. Well, I can, because it's not my job. But like, from a church, like such a no, not necessarily lots of elders.
Yeah.
You guys have 2-year terms? I can't remember. So let's say someone is going off the board. There will be reference. Wondering.
But like my job is self-directed, which I could be on. But the other duties as a sign of also can look. Well, you can just do anything that I want to give you. Super. Which is great. But at the same time,
problem occurred at our church where the burnout moderator or chairperson of the board, and then when somebody new came in, they were totally unprepared to handle it. So the way we resolved that issue, we just have our moderator, we call them, serve for only 1 year because in 2 years they would be totally burned out and then never come back to the board. So we put in a new organization that was moderator-elect, moderator, and past moderator. So the 3 of them would do the work of a moderator over a 2-year period of time. They were mentored initially, they would know how to run the board, and then when they were the outgoing moderator, they would be the stabilizing influence to the others. Absolutely, and we think it's working very, very well.
You haven't had trouble with the moderator?
No, because it's such a demanding job that everybody having to take a consultative role when they're
sometimes it's like, why don't you do what I would like it? And I'm better at this. And so having the conversation, and this is where the excel was like, okay, like let's design your job right and let's make sure that this goes to our house. And so I think it's a balance of being flexible.
Well, let's come back to the larger group again. So what is the major conversation around your table as it relates to responsibility? You talk it all about performance review, performance development. You talk it all about compassion overhead. What are some of the conversations you had?
One of the things that we brought up was who's holding the board accountable.
Who's holding the board accountable?
And how do you know you as an elder member, elder board member is are doing your job?
Right? And the other piece of that is, does the board need some development as well?
Well, we're here.
You're done for the next 5 years.
All Phillips and anything we need to know.
That's right. Anything else in this whole area of responsibility?
Just wondering, as far as, so we talked about performance review, performance development, and strategic plans and that kind of thing. I'm just wondering how we, a lot of times, sometimes it is with our, evaluations, there's character issues. Is that, how does that weigh in comparatively to, you're just getting the job done, your performance is great, you're meeting all your goals and objectives, but there's character issues to, is that part of the performance development too?
Yeah, make one of those things, make character development as part of your development piece. And so does it mean that, so your staff is doing really well, but they're spiritually they're lacking. So how do you get that? Do you want them to, you can implement some things as a board and say, hey, I want you to grow spiritually as well. And here are the things I want to go be mentored by this person. By the way, one of the greatest gifts a board can do is actually demand that their staff be mentored. Have a mentor in their life, somebody that supports them, calls them to accountability and get them to grow. So one of the greatest gifts a board can give to their staff. So when CCNBC hired me, they told me, I want you to put this and this and this in place. Right, so in terms of mentoring. The idea that a board feels responsible enough to say, I want you to grow, and the best way to grow is to have somebody that's going to walk with you in this day in, day out. You're going to meet once a month or whatever, and they're going to pull from you something. So if you can, put some money aside in your area of development to say to your staff and say, here's a fund for you to find a mentor that's going to walk with you and grow. And you can really analyze and say, after the first year, you can really see this person actually is really good spiritually, but he lacks some skills. So we want somebody that's going to be in the entrepreneurial side, is going to help this person develop some skills, managerial skills, or whatever other kind of skills. Or this person here is really good in the skilled part, but is lacking this devotion to Jesus and the growth and the spiritual growth that needs to take place. And we can tell it in the way they speak, the way they relate, the way they preach, and we need to invest in that area of person. Right? So good point.
Something we struggle with is that we don't have the congregation for input in terms of towards our pastors' performance reviews on an annual basis. It's less than that. But even with that performance development, do things on a 30-day or 3-month basis, there still is going to be times when you do ask the congregation to give them the opportunity to feedback, that there's going to be things that surprise you in that feedback. Is there ways to do that better?
Okay, yeah. So the one thing is to be very clear what you're looking for, what you're measuring. Because if you're clear on what you're measuring, then you can go and you have a conversation and your staff member says, yeah, I done this and this and this and this. You can measure that. You can go and say, well, there were these number of people that were visited, right? If that's one of the things you measure. Or, no, this is lacking. Or it is better to do it that way than to just throw out a blanket assessment to the congregation and say, how is this person's preaching, for example, right? The other thing should be happening is that your board should be a very good representation of your congregation. So in your board level, you're already going to sense if there's something amiss at the board level, you should be already sensing this, because you are the congregation. Right? You are the congregation, and that discerning should be already happening at the board level. You can now test it out with more people. You can. It's your job, and you should do it. You can test it out with more people, but I think you should already have an indication of what's going on. Okay?
Elton? I think one of the things that I remember somebody mentioning this, the idea of when you do a full church evaluation, you can ask the congregation certain questions about what they know how to answer. So, for example, it's hard to know the pastor's prayer life. So how would you evaluate that? But you could ask a question like, do you find that your own prayer life has been growing and developing over the last year? Okay, I can answer that for myself. Now, if the trend is downhill on that, we should be asking, how come is our prayer life in our church diminishing? And that's a different kind of way of evaluating, trying to get at how do we help the larger congregation in terms of those kinds of things. So there's all kinds of things you can do around that.
Absolutely. And the other thing to keep in mind is the tendency of things like surveys or anything, you can ask people to fill it in. If they're comfortable, they probably will not fill in a survey. If they feel that things are good, they're just gonna go, it's good. You're gonna primarily get the people that are not comfortable or that they have a beef with something. They want to express that, and they're gonna do that. So you always see the tendency of those things is always to lean primarily on the negative side. Not always, but primarily, because those are the voices that are gonna express themselves. So keep that in mind.
What we had done in the last one, we did questions that were not rating something on a scale of 1 to 5. Quite a few people said that survey was really hard to answer. And I thought, yeah, we wanted to look at that way. So it wasn't just, how happy are you with preaching, 1 to 5. How happy are you with this, 1 to 5. We didn't ask those kinds of questions. We asked for, tell me, the kinds of things Paul said. In prayer life, how is the pastor
Yeah.
prayer life, et cetera, that kind of thing.
Good.
So there was more thought required in it, but it did people to answer.
So I'm trying to give you some ideas of where you're going to bump into in different ways, but in no way I'm imposing this is what you need to do. Different contexts require different types of approaches, for sure, right? So good. Can we continue? Yes. So 2. The second characteristic is that boards work a relationship. So boards are built on strong relationships, but that means work is necessary. You need to work at relationships. And I wanted to just introduce this thing to you. This was so helpful to a congregation. I think they ignore everything else in this workshop and they just took this one thing. It was so helpful to them because all of a sudden you begin to realize here's how we need to approach our board work in relation to our staff and then in relation to our church. So how do we build good relationships? Well, start from the position of love. And you go, wow, that's so simple. But we don't do it. We start from the position of fiduciary responsibility. We start from the position of obligation. We have all of these other things in mind. We never start from the position of love. I'm going to this because I love my church. I love my pastor. I love the people I'm sitting around the table with, and I want to be a part of this. Love needs to be the motivator. If God is love, needs to be the motivator into these kinds of things. Do we love each other enough that we care to see things done the proper way? Not because we have an issue to grind, but because we love each other. So, at the lowest level of love is the golden rule, do unto others, right? Do unto others. You walk into a board meeting, you are not going to put the hammer down because you're going to think, well, how would I like to be treated in this situation? The second level, there's love as a social necessity. We were created for community and for care, that we are to care for one another. But then at the highest level, there's this commandment as Christians that we are to love one another. And in this, they will know that you are my disciples. So, is the board of the church, are they made out of disciples? That's a good question. Right? Do they love each other? Do they love the work? Do they love the stuff? Do they love the congregation? Are they doing it from a position of love? Or they're doing it because now they have some authority, they have some voice, they got into a place of notoriety. How do you say that when you have notoriety? Notoriety. Yes, that's the word. And so, is that why you do it? Or you will walk into this from a place of love and say, because I love, I'm taking on this responsibility. And then the people around it, so love is noticeable. Jesus said, they will know you're my disciples because you love one another. Love is noticeable. When you have a group of people around the table, the board table, that love each other, love the Lord, love each other, love the mission, it's noticeable. It permeates throughout the congregation. There is no way you can hide that. But it's also noticeable when you do not like each other. Also noticeable. Also noticeable who wants to be heard more than others. Also noticeable. By the way, as we're hearing and we're talking about this, you know, there are two kinds of people that want their voice heard. There are those that are looking for a process. That's important to hear those people. They're looking for a process by which they can be heard. The second group of people are those that are looking for a platform. That you got to be careful with, and you got to limit it. It is the responsibility of the board to discern who is looking for a process and be helpful in creating a process for voices to be heard. And you got to eliminate those that are looking for a platform. Why? Because those that are looking for a platform, it's easily seen, because today they're barking about this here today. You go out of your way to solve this, tomorrow they're going to bark about that. Why? Because their whole goal is a platform. Look at me, look how much I know, how smart I am, and I got this figured out, you guys don't. Okay? So the job of the board is to discern who is looking for a process and who is looking for a platform. Really, really, really important. Even to protect your pastors in that situation. Who is looking for a process and who is looking for a platform. Don't create platforms. Create processes. And so those that are looking for process, that's your job. You gotta give people an opportunity to share their hearts, to be able to get the answers that they are looking for. You have to go out of your way for those things to happen. That's your job. But never begin the process of having a system where platforms are built, because you're never gonna get to the end of that. Never. Okay? So love is the first one. The second one is trust. You know, do you walk into a room and you know people, so you trust them because they have a proven record. They've been in this church for a while. They've done something. By the way, when you choose somebody for the board, it's really key that you don't find somebody that is a novice. And the Bible talks about this, by the way, right? The Bible does talk about this. Why is that important? Because you want somebody with a proven record. You want somebody that it doesn't mean you can't mentor people into it. We're going to talk about that, the training and mentoring. But for somebody to be at that level of responsibility, they should not be a novice. They should be having a proven record with Jesus. They should have a proven record with loving and engaging in the mission of the church. They should have a proven record of being responsible. Even, by the way, if people are not giving to the mission of the church, they shouldn't be on a board of the church. Just very simple. Why is that? Well, they're telling you that they don't care. They want, but they really don't care where you express yourself. there was a time when you used to have checkbooks, so we don't use checkbooks anymore. But if you were to grab somebody's checkbook, you could quickly see what they value by what they spend their money on. And if people are not putting their funds in the mission of the church, they're telling you it's not of high value for them. Why would you want somebody that doesn't have as a high value the church and its mission as part of that team? All right, so proven. So when you walk into a board meeting, you begin to look at it and you go, there's a proven track record here. Then trust from a relational depth. And in other words, you know the person. You like the person. You heard what the person has to say. So there's a relational depth in there. And then the third is, and it's very high, trust as a choice. You may sit at a place where you don't know somebody, but you don't walk in saying, I'm expecting the worst out of this. I'm expecting the best out of it. So you start in by emptying your trust bank account. That's what you do. You trust, and you bring that to that relationship. That begins to build. Then communication. Communication is key, and it's two ways. It's not just me talking. It's me talking, and then it's me listening. Create methods of where you're communicating with each other. Timely. We talked about the process of moving this from 1 year to 1 month, and so with the board, you should do that too. There should be timely things that you don't let things sit. Like even today, I was reminded of that. Lawrence reminded me that I talked about providing him with some things that I don't remember what it was right now, but I completely forgot and did not follow up on, and it's been years probably, right? Been years since that. He remembered, I forgot about all of that. Now, are you promising, and sometimes there's human failure, sometimes we just completely, it's not our interest to ignore somebody, it just happens. Right? And you go and you apologize and say, hey, this happened. But the reality is, are we being timely in how we responded? So I was called into a church because there was a couple that was making a big ruckus. They produced a letter and they sent to all the members of the church, and they were just there's unhappy about, I couldn't understand what they were unhappy. I read the letter 3 times, couldn't get why they were unhappy, but they were unhappy. But anyhow, they're doing that, and then in the process, in that letter, they really hurt someone by calling them out and telling them just being abusive. So a letter from a group from the church was sent to the board of the church saying, you need to address this. This is a matter, these people that have wrote this letter, they are leaders in one of the ministries of the church and everything else. You need to address this because this is a matter of theology. This is a matter of biblical understanding. We have people of reconciliation, and we have to call these things into account. When I got called into this situation, it had been 3 years since that letter had been given to the board, and the board had not responded. So what it did is that instead of being 2 people now that were angry, now there are several people angry now at the board for their inability to be timely in their response. So relationships, so you break relationships when you cannot be timely. If you can't do it, then say you can't do it. But be timely in it. And Lawrence, I'm going to figure out what it is that you asked. I'm going to figure out something.
And I came.
Okay.
I came today, right?
So,
and I brought all these people today, so it's good.
So we're
relationship's still there.
Yes. So if you can't be timely, just say you can't. And if you mess up in being timely, apologize. Go and talk to people and say, it wasn't my intention. But the board just kind of froze and said, how are we going to do that? If we take these people out of ministry, what's going to happen over here? And for 3 years, they were going back and forth. And the energy that it took them talking about the one issue for 3 years in their board meeting, just an incredible amount of energy. I walked in, they presented to me the letter from the congregation and the people that were calling the board out, and then the board presented their point of view, and I said to the board, you are just completely wrong. Completely wrong. You have failed, you have to repent. You have to repent, and then you have to create a pathway for reconciliation to happen here. Either that, or you leave your position and let somebody else do it. But you have not been faithful in what you're supposed to do in this situation. You need to do these things. And so it didn't take a lot of energy to get there, right? They ended up doing it, which was really good. There was a really good moment in there. The couple ended up leaving the church, but there was a good moment of board and church reconciliation type of thing. But the reality is that this situation took energy for 3 years. So be timely. Process, important. Really important. If you agree to a process, don't try to short circuit the process because you think you know better, or because you didn't get the answers that you wanted. Follow the process that is in place. Follow the process that is in place. And I agree to the process, walk the process. If the process is broken, fix it. Find a way to create a process where people, you're going to have the most amount of buy-in possible, but stick to that process. Don't short circuit. Okay? It's key to do that. Transparent. You messed up? Tell people you messed up. People are going to appreciate that. You're not Superman. You're not Superwoman. You are not the person that will, that is not going to make mistakes. Just fess up to it. Just go, I am so sorry. So sorry. I did this. I shouldn't have done that. So be transparent. Tell people what your flaws are. Most of us, they know what your flaws are. I hope we do. I'm very now, at least in the last 5 years, I'm very, very straightforward in my flaws. I can tell people, look, if you're looking for warm and fuzzy, you're not gonna get it. It's not me. Right? It's a flaw in my system, or it is how God made me. I tend to think that that's how God made me. He made me to think in a certain way and process a certain way. But, so be honest, be transparent about it. And then celebration. We are lousy at this in the MD world, just lousy at celebration, my goodness. We tend to think that if we celebrate people, they're going to get a big head, and they're just not going to be able to be humble anymore. So we wait until somebody's in a coffin before we say good things about them. So when they're in the coffin in the front of the church, there's so many great things. I went to a funeral one time, and I'm hearing about all of these things that this person did, and I'm going, I knew nothing about this. This would have been so fantastic to know, but we didn't know. Right? We are lousy at celebrating people's victory, celebrating people's struggle. They're struggling, we're struggling with them. By the way, this is not anti-biblical. The Bible says that we are to be people that do two things. One, we are to be people who mourn with those that mourn, right? And we are supposed to be people who rejoice with those who rejoice. If God is doing something amazing in somebody's life, celebrate it. And as a board, you got to celebrate each other. You got to celebrate your pastors. You got to celebrate your staff. You have to be able to make them feel appreciated. Oh no, we can't do that. It's not the right thing to do. So how do you do that? You need to put some time into it, some time and energy. So you can be people that take time to celebrate things. The second thing is that you got to do is create the right setting. Sometimes our board meetings are always, we put it a U shape, we set up the table at the U shape, we sit around the U shape, and we are looking at each other in the agenda, 1 item, 2 items, 3 items, 4, and we just go at it. And the setting is just so, it's conducive to get the things quickly done, because everybody wants to get out of those uncomfortable chairs, right? They want to get out of those uncomfortable chairs and be gone. Some of the boards that I work on that we had most done, we had an incredible way of celebrating. Sometimes we went to football games. Sometimes we went to I'm talking about for profit. Of course, they had more money, so they could do it. But there was a huge way of celebrating the volunteers, because your board is made up of volunteers. So celebrating the volunteers and creating settings where there was great energy. So one of the things I did with my board of my church is that we would have 2 meetings where we're around tables, and we got to do that. 1 meeting in my backyard, and we're gonna have a barbecue, and we're gonna sit here, and we're gonna talk about these things. But the setting is different. You're in shorts, you're sitting there, it's not less serious. It's not less important. But you're creating a setting where relationships can be built from. Reward. Do you reward each other? Part of celebration is reward. Do we give the right reward? By the way, when it comes to staff people, do we try to shortchange our staff in terms of their salaries? Do we look at it and go, what's the minimum I can squeeze out of this person? Right? What's the minimum I can? Or do we say, hey, we want the best, and we are going to actually celebrate and reward the best? We're going to do that. By the way, each church is at a different level and what it can afford. But sometimes you look at this and you go, the whole job of the board is to say, how can we shortchange the pastor so we can bring that salary down? And whenever the pastor is over 10 years, because they move up on a salary grid, well, maybe it's time for us to get a new one. And we get a young one because we pay less. I'm just being honest, right? I see this happening. And so are we rewarding? Do we have this culture of celebration? Do we have the culture of mourning? Do we know to walk alongside people when they're mourning and they're suffering? If they're having problems, do we even know when they're mourning? Do we even know? Do we even have the clear relationship that we can know that this person is having some problems in their marital relationship? And how can we walk alongside them in that space? Right? Are we mourning with them? Are we walking with them? Or do we don't even know? We only know when God has already done something and they tell us a testimony and go, no, we didn't know. But we would know if we spent time building the relationship. So I'm going to stop here because it's lunchtime, right?
Yeah, well, we're flexible a little bit. We can take some questions if you want.
Yeah, let's take some questions around the relationship piece. So let me ask you, has this been informative? Has it been good for you, this so far? So talk about, what hits you out of these things? What hits you? What all of a sudden you go, we just don't do that. Or we don't do that well. This is the part of that honesty place where you come in and this is where we say, we are not good at this.
Paul, one of the things that reminded me on the trust piece there, trust is about making agreements and keeping them. And so what kind of agreements do we have? Like in churches, you have bylaws. That's a form of agreement, right? That's a written one. But there's also unwritten ones. And sometimes there's assumptions, and then you can lose trust really fast by having just assumptions. So sometimes you just have to sit down and say, what do we all agree to? And what does that look like? Yeah.
It's really good. So if you're going to really work a relationship, one thing, I didn't put it in here, But so I come up with these terms sometimes that don't make sense. So forgive me if it doesn't make sense. But you gotta look for who the whisper leaders in a church are, and sometimes there are people in your congregation that have more influence than any board member will have the influence. And the moment that something goes wrong with what happens in the church is gonna go to that person, or they're gonna get their opinion on that thing. Make sure the relationship is good with your whisper leaders. Those are the people that, you know, at the end of the congregation, you see 2 or 3 people around them, and they are kind of whispering something. They are getting there. That's why I call them whisper leaders, not derogative in any way. Just that they're whispering. They're wrestling with something. Some of these people are really good people. They just have a great leadership ability, and so make sure that the relationship works. That you're not going to treat each other as enemies. And sometimes you can't help, right? Sometimes there's a situation. But make sure you know who they are, and I think you know who they are, and then make sure you build that relationship with them. Thank you, Paul.
All right, thanks, Elton. What we're going to do now is we're just going to transition into the far room, a room you have like right at the opposite end of the hallway, and all the food is set up over there. And so you can take your food there, and if you want to stand or you want to come back over here, whatever way you want to do this, I'm sure you do want to sit for your meal. But come back over here and try and sit with some other people that you haven't yet had a chance to sit with and get to know them. Make sure you introduce yourself to them and learn from one another. I'm huge on learning from one another, and it is one of the great values that I have experienced in my life through these kinds of things, and learn from my other colleagues. Again, just really encourage you to do that. I'm going to return thanks for the food, and then we can get going. Lord, thank you for this time that we've been able to have together to learn what it means to lead well. You've given us in this room responsibility to oversee our churches, our ministries. And so, Lord, would you continue to lead us and guide us and help us to be obedient to the things that you are inviting us toward and to. Thank you for the food that we are about to enjoy, the fellowship around the tables. And I pray, Lord, that in all things that we say and do, that you would be honored. In Jesus' name, amen.
Yeah.
it's good for us to reconvene again. So what we're gonna do is, we don't wanna go any later than 3 today, okay? No later than 3. So what we're gonna do is probably gonna run through a couple of things here in the next 30 to 40 minutes to finish this up. And then we're probably gonna have another conversation with you on the area of this national restructuring piece, the national conference restructuring piece, and what it means for the province of Alberta. So we good to go? The third thing that boards need to have as part of their character is that they need to concentrate their efforts in developing vision. You know, so characteristic 3 is the boards, good boards, healthy boards, they have vision. What is vision? That's a good question. So I tried, for the most part, to read about vision in preparing for this, and then I came up with my own definition of vision. You probably have much better definitions in books, but I came up with my own definition of vision. And I'll explain why I feel that this it's important. So vision in my mind is the need and ability to see what exists in light of what needs to exist. So in other words, you have a context right now. So you're here, you right there, this is your reality, but you, as a board, you're dreaming about what needs to happen. It needs to exist. It might not exist now, but it needs to exist in the future. But it's all coming from your reality. So you can't just have a vision that it doesn't start from a realistic place, okay? So you can dream big, but you have to wrestle with those points around the dreams. And in other words, I'm a father of 2 girls, which means that over the years I had to watch Cinderella a number of times. And watching Cinderella, it gets to the point where everybody goes to the princess ball, but she doesn't get to go because she doesn't have clothing, she doesn't have transportation, there's nothing like that. And then, but then this fairy godmother appears with a magic wand, and voila, everything is, and it's not voila they use, it's what's the beach tabula or something. Yeah, bibbidi bobbidi boo. So, so this moment happens where, you know, all of these amazing things, and she gets completely resourced to go to the ball, right? So what is vision? Vision is to trust that if God was to show up and resource you with everything you need to do mission, what would you be about? So if God is going to resource you with everything, what does, you know, where are you going to spend the resource? Where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? What are we going to do as a church? But having said that, you also have to wrestle with the reality, but we may not have leadership for this. So how do we develop a leadership development path so we can get there? We don't have funds for this. So how do we create a multi-year budget that begins to put money aside for this? How do we, so you envision this thing far in advance, so you have a vision of what doesn't exist, but then you wrestle with what exists. Am I making myself clear? Yeah. And you begin to create a plan towards that. But, and so one of the things I want to say about this is that when I talk to churches, most churches have a 3-month plan. Believe it or not, it's a 3-month. They have a 1-year budget, but a 3-month plan. So we're going to preach about this over the next 3 months. Our youth program is going to be like this for the next 3 months. Our Sunday school is going to be like that for the next 3 months. I think churches need to wrestle with the possibility of shifting that to multi-year vision types of things. Because then you can build upon things. Even from your budget point of view, have a vision that is far enough in advance that you can start now putting a budget together. So I developed something called Every Church Can. And Every Church Can is for churches that get completely overwhelmed and say, we'll never be able to plant another church. It's a 3-year process for people to think from internal to external, including leadership development, including budget. It's just making a church think, well, what's the first step of this? Prayer would be the first step. So we're going to go to prayer. How do we create a culture of prayer? 2 would be leadership development. How do we start identifying the leaders that we need, and where do we need to invest and send them to grow in that area? 4, it's about the budget. It's going to cost us money. How can we start putting in our budget a line that every year we put aside a certain amount of money, so 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, we say there's enough money in there that we can launch this thing. So vision is not about overwhelming people. Vision is about having the ability to dream, but then work from your reality. Now, I find it very interesting that in the book of Joel, that gets repeated again in the New Testament, there's a passage that says, in the last days, the Spirit of God will be poured out over every flesh, and it goes on and on to say many things, and it says this, then your old man will dream dreams, and your young man will have vision. And for the longest time, I looked at this as, this is the same thing, dream and vision. Why is the old man having dream and the young man having vision? I actually realized that there's a huge difference between a dream and a vision. Okay? A dream is a possibility. A vision is a process. Vision is a plan to get somewhere. So the old men were having vision, having dreams, passing it on to the younger generation, say, now build this out. Build this out. Make it happen. We don't have the time. We don't have the energy. We don't have the years left to be able to build this out. So you go from dreams to vision. So many churches are stuck in a dream stage. And they're losing the interest of the congregation because every year they come up with another big dream. But they haven't stopped to create a vision. Right? And so when I think about vision, I don't think of anything that's less than 5 years. 5 years from now, and it can be, but this might be just me. 5 years from now, we're gonna have a campus, and it means that we need a leader for that campus, and we're gonna generate that leadership strategy that's gonna raise that leader. We're gonna have money that is gonna allow us to purchase a building or to rent a building for that campus. All of those things need time to develop. Again, you go back to the prophet Habakkuk, God gives them a vision. It says, write down the vision. And then at the end, what does it say? Because even if it tarries, it will come to pass. In other words, God is saying, you are here asking for this. I'm telling you what's going to happen, but it may not happen tomorrow. Some other people may need to run with this, but you start the process. Okay? So boards need to wrestle with vision. The ability to see what exists in light of what needs to exist. Any questions around this? How does it strike you as I talk about vision from that perspective? Well, I know it's hard to talk after you eat. Does it make sense at all?
How do you get a board to do this when they don't do this? Half an hour.
It's really good. I think it's part of how you set up your board meetings. So I think most board meetings are set up for management and not for vision. So you put 2 hours of items in an agenda that are all about management and all about what needs to happen tomorrow. And you need to have that. And a lot of the management stuff, it can be done outside of the board. Okay? Read the reports beforehand so you don't need to listen to reports after reports after report. It says, we got the report. Do you have any question about the reports? Great. Don't have any question? Let's move on. Right? But you can do a lot of the management outside of the convened board, so you can spend half of your time in a vision process. Half of your time, because vision is going to need to tie into the heart of God. You can't just create a vision out of nothing. So God needs to direct the vision of the church, which means, as a board, this may hurt you, you need to pray. Okay? And I'm not just saying, let's start the meeting, brother so-and-so, would you just pray for 2 minutes about this board meeting, and at the end, let's just say, thank you, Lord, for helping us here. No, I mean, like, pray. I pray, take 20 minutes, take 30 minutes, break in groups of 3 and say, God, what are you saying to us? What are you doing? What do you want us to be about? Break our hearts, change our opinions, move the obstacles, bring it before God. That's how things change, okay? It's very clear biblically. It's not by might or by power, but it is by my Spirit, says the Lord. We are trying to change things by might and power, by strategies and force. Those are good things, but they are not going to change the church. It is the Spirit of the Lord that will change the church. Okay? Begin the process. You can't pray for 30 minutes. Start with 5. Start with 5. And then out of that, God is going to impose on you a vision, but make time for it. The other very important thing is, I don't know if you as a board have this habit, but pull yourselves out of the management mode once or twice a year. Go for a day away, somewhere. This is not about management, this is about vision. Bring somebody in that will energize you around creating vision, and then wrestle with it for the rest of the day. All right, so those are some of the ways, some of the steps you can start moving a board towards be a board that thinks about vision as their primary. I think that's their primary goal, is vision. Because everything else, the tactical and the strategic, flows out of the vision. So, good. Any further questions?
What are some examples? And I know you said, obviously vision has to be prayed about and listen to God, but could you give some examples of what churches have seen as their vision or are working on? Our church is really small. We're out in the country. We're not going to be about building campuses, expanding, that sort of thing. And I think we need to talk about what our vision is, but what are some things that you think or that other churches have taken on as a vision?
So, in Manitoba, we used to have a very strong church called Portage Avenue Church. Portage Avenue Church at one point in time was called the cathedral of the MBs, right? It was this kind of church, had 700 people in there, which for them was, the time was huge. And, but 3 years ago, 4 years now, 4 years?
4 or 5?
Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago, we got a call from the church and saying, what do we do? Most of our people are, the average age in the church is 80. We have no children, we have no youth, we have no mission. We just should, and we are down to 150 people in our congregation. And every day, this pastor, the new pastor, said to us, every month we're burying people. So we are not going to last. So what do? Do we just close it? We move into just a seniors ministry. So we went through a process of vision with the 80-year-olds. Okay, we went through a process of vision for 2 days, and then but we asked them. I said, commit yourself to 8 weeks of praying before we do this. So the church committed to 8 weeks of praying. So every week there's going to be a church prayer meeting, and they would have 20, 30 people come in. But every day people were committed to pray about God give us a vision. And so we spent 2 days together. Carson and I, you were there, right? Carson and I spent 2 days with our church. And what came out of that is that God clearly said to them, you have to move to become a multicultural church with many multicultural ministries. And all of a sudden, the energy around the 80-year-olds that were there, it just became so clear that God was just really energizing them towards this. So move the pendulum ahead 4 years down the road. This church is now 250, close to 300 people, tons of children, tons of youth, and 3 or 4 different nationalities that are part of that church, and they are meeting together in this. So, if you were gathering, you heard their testimony of what happened. So that's an example of what a vision can do, but a vision that comes from the heart of God. Because, Carson and I didn't go there saying we want to impose a vision for this church. Because if I had gone there, that would not be the decision I would make. I would say to them, well, move it into a seniors ministry and let's just see let's walk it out until it ends. but God had a whole different plan for that church that actually I thought when I left from there, this is going to be unrealistic. That was my thought. This is unrealistic. But they felt they heard from God. We walked alongside them. We helped them over the last few years, and we're just seeing amazing blessings from them. The other thing was we did the same process with a small rural church that hadn't seen somebody being baptized in 15 years. No new Christians, nobody new accepting Christ. Just and so they went through the same process. They agreed to the 8 weeks of praying. They agreed to come alongside, and we actually left from there. Left them there disappointed that they didn't arrive at anything other than they were talking about these creating these missional groups around the needs of the community. One of the things in that community that was very clear for a small community is the high number of divorce. So they were in the high number of drug dependency and other things. So they created these groups, and the pastor just told us, a couple of weeks ago that they had a number of baptisms come out of this, and a number of people giving their life to Christ, and the church is being re-energized towards that. So there are ways of beginning the process of vision. Okay, so if you're building your vision, you need to think about the future, but then you have to be strategic. In other words, just think long term. Really think long term. Begin to think, what kind of church do we want to be 5 years down the road? What are the things we want to see? What kind of ministries? What kind of leaders? What kind of financial state do we need to be at in 5 years from now? So begin to build that dream stage that as part of your strategic plan. So think long term, but then break it down into the tactical pieces, so your staff team can run with it. So make it clear in small steps towards the goal. Okay, and then there is the situational. Understand the situation you're in, the context you're in. For a church in a city with 3,000 people and 10 staff team, it will be very different than the church in a rural church with 100 people and one pastor. Okay, very different. So you have to adapt both your strategy and your tactical to the situation you're in. And then also part of the situation is, look, do you have more nostalgics in your church? Now, how do you begin to move that pendulum? Right? How do you begin to see what are the elements that are here that make sense that we need to, again, if, by the way, if you have a church of entrepreneurial people, you're in trouble. Trouble. I mean, they're just going to want to move so fast, and the process is going to fall to the wayside. There's a number of things that could happen. So that. And then the other thing is that you got to mind the gaps that we have. And this is something we created as well. A gap analysis. Gap analysis exists in a manufacturer sector. So gap analysis are, in a manufacturer sector is, you want a chair, you want to figure out how to get to do a chair, so you begin to create a gap analysis. What is missing? Where do we get the bolts from it? Who is going to manufacture this part? And you start looking at the gaps between your dream and the reality. And so we took this and we kind of look at what would this look like for a church to do their own gap analysis. So G standing for gravity, where you are right now. What is keeping you here? What is causing you to not move forward, to have that you lost momentum? And then you jump straight to you start here, the preferred state. This is where we want to be. This is what kind of church we want to be, the results we want to see. We want to be this kind of church over here, but we are here. What are the actions in between that we need to take to move from here to here? When you start thinking from that perspective, it gives you all kinds of opportunities to engage the church. Okay? So we want our youth ministry to be this kind of youth ministry, but this is the kind of youth ministry we have. What would it take for us to move from here to there? Right? You begin to think that way. So in this process, we identified five different 5 different gaps that are important for you to look at as you look at your actions. The first one, we talked a bit about it. It's called the performance gap. Are the people you call to lead, the people that are in a place, are they doing what they are meant to be doing? Have you monitored and then you know that they are actually doing the right things at the right time, in the right way? Is there a performance gap that is costing you moving forward that you need to address? And you're only going to be able to address a performance gap if you have a good system of monitoring in place. If you understand what data to collect, how to analyze it, and then how to put in place plans. The other gap is a systems gap. In other words, you may not have the right kind of governance for your situation. You may not have the right kind of authority flow or accountability flow in your system. So what are the systems that are missing that it may be preventing you from moving forward? Third is the leadership gap. Do you have the leaders going to take you there? You may have hired a leader to maintain to keep you where you are. But at the moment you start having a vision for the future, you really have to think about, do we have the leader that's going to take us there? You have to think about that. And the leader may be that kind of person, but they may need some help in developing some new skills and understanding some new things to be able to go with you there. You know, we had a church recently that let go of their pastor because they did an analysis like this, and they began to realize that the pastor they have now, it was good for now, for the moment when they got there, but he was not able to lead them into the next step, into the next phase. So the pastor agreed with that. The pastor is at another church now, and they are in a process of searching for another pastor. But this is some of the things that you have to wrestle with it. Is, do you have leaders? I think, I forget his name now. It talks about it having, do you have the right people on a bus? Was it Bill Hybels? No, I thought it was
Jim Collins.
Yes.
Jim Collins?
It wasn't Jim Collins. It was
Lencioni.
That's the one.
Andy Stanley.
No, it was not Andy Stanley. Lencioni talks about you have the right people on a bus. And I think that those are things to pay attention to. You know, we love people, we want people, but we want people in the right places where they can both be fulfilled and fruitful. Fruitful and fulfilled. Okay? There are people who are very smart and they can be fruitful somewhere, but they're completely unfulfilled because they are not operating where God wants them to operate. And there are people who are, that are completely fulfilled because they have an opportunity, but they are not fruitful. So you have to look, are they fruitful and fulfilled in the ministry? So do you have the right leadership? Then are you giving them the right resource? Right? Are you giving them the right resource? Or are you just saying, build this, but you give them no tools to build with? Or you're saying, we want this done, but you're not telling them how. Right? So they don't have the right resource. Do they have the right training? And then as a big thing is, is there a spiritual gap? In the church, we put the big thing down here. Is there a spiritual gap? In other words, is there a, should you just stop everything and reconnect with the heart of God? You know, are we being disciples? Are we surrendering? Are we listening? Are we being empowered by God? All of those things that need to happen. Are we doing that? Because you're going to labor in vain if you do all of this other stuff. But then there's a spiritual gap. Do we have the right teaching going on in our congregations? It's really important. Really important. You know, you can go in a Sunday morning or small groups and just come out of there completely energized by the Word of God and the way the Word of God says. You can come out of there being completely challenged by what the Spirit of God is saying to you. But if we don't have the right teaching and the right praying mechanisms and the right spiritual development mechanisms and the right discipleship pathways processes in our churches. We may have a spiritual gap in our congregations, and then we will be wrestling for the rest of our lives and trying to be to have a fruitful ministry, and we are just going to be spinning our heads. So it's really important. So those are the gaps. Any questions? No? Okay. So good boards address the issue of continuity. So boards value continuity. I was part of a board. I walked in the first meeting just to realize that the 5 out of the 6 people on the board were leaving. And there were a whole bunch of new people that were coming in at the same time. So it was together with me. And so there was one person left, and that person said, "Oh, I cannot be the moderator." So we had a vote, and I ended up with a short straw, and I became the moderator of the church, and I had just become a part of that church. Right? How do you address the issue of continuity? Do you have a system in place where you're training, calling out? Do the members of your church understand the weight and the responsibility of what it means to be a board that is part of ministry, that is a calling, that God is calling people into these places? Do they understand that? And if they don't, can you create that? Can you start developing that? I absolutely love that picture. You know, it's the sense of you're only going to win the race if you pass the baton really well. Have you ever seen in the Olympics when these teams are way ahead and one of them mess up and doesn't pass the baton right? And then the devastation. They just ran so hard, but they didn't pass the baton the right way. And that's the same thing that happens in churches all the time. You run so hard, but are you passing the baton? And by the way, for people that have been in ministry for a long time and they're in boards and that are older, I count myself into that older thing. We have to realize that there is a time for us to be at the forefront, and there's a time for us to be at the back. There's a time for us to be. My voice needs to be heard because I'm called into this, and there's a time to say, "Hey, let me help mentor you so your voice is heard and you're at the forefront, and I'm back here. So I'm praying for you, so I'm supporting you, so I have my hands over you." So those things are happening. And the tendency that we have, because we call out volunteers, is to think nobody wants to do this, and that might be a reality because nobody's putting their hands up. But I'm always reminded of what happened to Elijah up in a mountain when he went to go see God, to talk to God, and finally God shows up in this whisper and asks him, "What are you doing here anyhow, right? What's the matter? What are you doing here?" And Elijah begins to complain and say, "I am alone, oh Lord, nobody else is with me. I'm just, I'm doing all of this by myself." And God says to him, "What are you talking about? There's like 6,000 other people have not bowed their knees to bow. There's 6,000. And by the way, can you just go grab that guy called Elisha over there? Put your mentor over him. In other words, mentor him towards this." So sometimes we don't see because we haven't created a process for continuity. We haven't put our mentor over someone and says, "Walk into this." And we miss getting a younger generation into board functions because we have made board functions about management. They don't want to be part of management. They want to be part of vision. So if what all you are about is management, you're going to have a hard time getting a younger generation to engage in board with you. But the moment you shift to start thinking, "Hey, we are dreaming about our obedience to the Lord as He calls us to this," and they engage with that. They'll engage with that. So how do you create continuity? Well, create a training process. Leader development is key. one church, after going through this workshop, they decided that they're going to create an apprenticeship, a board apprenticeship position. So they are going to bring somebody in for a year where they're apprentices. They're showing them the importance and this is valuable and this is so they created that, which is good. Do you have a process of developing key leaders for the future? Better gifting. Gifting matters. Not everybody has the right gifting for a board. So you have to look for the people that have the right gifting for it. So I'm going to challenge you a little bit here with something, okay? Ephesians 4, not Ephesians 4. The fivefold ministries.
Yeah.
Ephesians 4.
4:11 and 12.
Yeah. Talks about the apostles, the pastors, the evangelists, the teachers, shepherds. No, shepherds and pastors. So
Apostolic, prophetic, evangelist, shepherd, teacher.
prophets, yeah. So it talks about these 5 gifts. It says these gifts are given to the church, not for the doing of ministry, but for the equipping of the saints for the work of ministry. So in other words, those are equipping ministries towards to those in the church to grow and to do ministry. So it's not that these people are going to go, we are doing ministry. No, we are equipping the saints for the work of ministry. What would it look like if our boards had those kinds of representations around the table? What if it would look like if we at a board meeting, an evangelist with a heart of evangelist is going to say there are people dying without Jesus outside of our door and we need to be about reaching them for Christ. And we begin to wrestle with that. And what if there was a prophet that said, but there is sin in the camp and we gotta deal with the sin in the camp? And what if there's a pastor that says, but we a shepherd that says we gotta care for those here. We have to give care for those. And what if there was a teacher who says, but we need good, solid preaching and teaching of the word in here? Am I missing?
Apostolic.
And what if the apostolic that is sitting there says, there's a new thing we need to be about. There's a new opportunity we need to go through. What if those gift mixings were around the table? How equipped would the church be for the work of ministry? How awesome would that be? I think the Spirit of God works in every congregation. He begins to put those pieces. You may not have identified yourself in any of these categories because you think these are people that are paid to do these kind of things. It's not what the Bible says at all. This is not about the paid people that are doing this. This is about giftings that God has given the church for equipping. So if you're in a place of leadership, perhaps God has already given you a gifting set that is for the equipping of the saints. So this is just a challenge. And when you're looking in terms of gifting, of course you're going to need those that understand numbers. You're going to understand those that understand that have some understanding in management and those kinds of things. I would say, of course you invest on those things. But what it would look like if these qualities of Ephesians 4 existed in our board, together with the pastor of the church, the board of the church, can you imagine the richness of equipping that could come out of that? So just throwing it out there. I'm not saying dismantle your board and go look for these things right now. I'm just throwing it. Just saying, could that work? Long term. Make sure you have an appropriate term that people can serve. And I find it's really different in North America than it is in South America. South America, you look for those gift settings, and people are called into board work in the same way pastors are called into church work, right? And it's viewed as the same kind of thing, is that the people are called, so they create a longer term of service. So can you start thinking that if there's a longevity in what's happening at the board level? Create good orientation for your new board members. Make sure that they don't just walk in the first board meeting, everybody says goodbye, and they are left alone with a huge binder of bylaws and constitution and all these things. They are just, have you ever seen church binders? They are like this huge. And you go, who's going to read all of that stuff? And you become overwhelmed. So, great orientation process. Continue education, things like this. Take your board to. Get your board to go through things like this. Make an effort towards it. And become a very caring community. So that's how you engage in continuity. If people enjoy being around the board and engaging with you because you care for one another, they're gonna tell others. And you're not gonna have people saying, we can't do this. Any questions?
Is there a formula for when continuity is too long?
I think it goes with the context. I don't know. I'm reluctant to say. I'm reluctant to say what would be a good formula. I do think that how we have in North America the 3-year term typically. Sometimes some is like 2, some are 3. The 3-year term gives you a little bit of a time where you if things are not working out, it doesn't go forever. But I think also the 3 years are a bit too short. They're a bit too short. You're just beginning. 3 years. When I got into the Manitoba Conference, I'm telling you, my first 3 years were pain and suffering. That's where my first 3 years, because I didn't know anything and I was trying to figure out their pain and suffering. My subsequent years were great, right? But my first 3 years. So I'm thinking about a moderator, 3 years. I think, and I'm thinking board members too short. So I don't know, Paul.
One church I know they did. I think they have 2 3-year terms, and then they have. Because it was a bit of a smaller church, they said, well, we know some people are really gifted around this area and would be willing to serve. So then they kind of go on an annual basis, they go through an evaluation process. And I thought, maybe that's not a bad idea. So they had 2 or 3-year terms plus individual years following, but they had to be annually renewed.
So I had we had in my church 4-year terms. So I had 4-year terms with a possibility to renew for another 4 years. But we also looked at that development piece, right? So the reality is that after 4 years, there were a number of new people because we were working and developing people for that position. Any other questions before we go?
Elton, can you maybe speak a little bit to the process, and you might be getting to this, I don't know, about bringing people to the board, about the process of nomination and things like this?
Yeah, I think there are some key things, especially for church. The novice part that I talked about needs to be really carefully looked at. And the reason why I say that is because you want people that not just have head knowledge, but they have a heart knowledge, that they understand the context, they understand who Jesus is, and you have walked with those people for a bit, and you begin to see the fruit of spiritual fruit in their lives, that they are part of that. I think that as you engage in the process of calling people to the board, I think you need to wrestle with that piece. Now, I think you're asking more in the area of nominating, right? Who nominates?
Yeah, who makes the call?
Yeah, who makes the call? That is really a really strange way that happens in churches, where most churches you send a paper that says put names of people you want on the board, and then the church votes for who they want it to be. This is me again, my opinion is that I think a board, if it's healthy, needs to have the ability to begin to nominate, not vote on, but nominate people to that board. And in other words, you're saying there's good things happen here, and we want some continuity to happen to this. Who around the congregation has those gifts that are going to continue the work we are doing? And then so you can put forth the nomination of those names, but the congregation has to approve that, because they are going to become the voice of the congregation. So congregation has to approve, but I think in my opinion, is the part of the job of the board, because they understand the context they're working in, to nominate people.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So is there any kind of logic behind assembling a secondary group or a subcommittee, a nominations committee to bring names to the board? So that it doesn't appear that the board is acting in any kind of self-interest or that sort of
Yeah, and that has been the rationale forever. You know, for-profit companies have moved away from that in a long time ago, because that's not actually the reality, right? Boards of function that are healthy boards actually have the interest of the church in mind, not the interest of the board in mind. So by having the interest of the church in mind, they are looking for and want to nominate the best possible people for those roles. You know, of course, you have to, in a small congregation, you have to be very careful with the arm length relationships of that board, right? So husbands, wives, cousins, somebody's married to somebody else, because you don't want smaller boards to form within your boards. So that's one possibility. I'm not a big fan of outside nominating committees, unless if those outside nominating committees have a very big contingent of the board in them. Yeah, that would be my, again, opinions, okay? However you work with it, those are my opinions. Okay, further questions before we move on to the last piece? No? Well, characteristic number 5, I love this one. Good boards value simplicity. You know, they develop a simple streamlined approach. I talked about the size of the binders that you get when you become a board member. Boy, isn't that scary, right? I don't know if that happens in your church. The first time as a board member of the church, you get this blue binder that is this thick with stuff. And you immediately feel overwhelmed. So good boards, they value simplicity. You don't need to write 5 pages if you can write it in a paragraph. If you can put a good paragraph together and then put some action items under the paragraph, you don't need 5 pages of things to be written. So begin to look at simplicity. Part of simplicity is quicker decision based on good information. Good information is key here. And it goes back to the data collection, the monitoring piece. If you develop a good data collection, so you know what you want to know, when you want to know, from whom you want to know it, so you create those steps. So you create that data collection, you can make actually quicker decision. Because after 3 months, you look at the data and you go, we're actually going in this direction when you should be going in this direction, and we need to make a decision on how to change this trend. But you have the data that tells you how to do that. So quicker decisions based on good information. The other way is that if you have only anecdotal, yes, my Brazilian tongue sometimes does not twist around some words. Information, what happens is that you begin to imagine, well, we think this is happening. Oh, so-and-so said this is happening, but you don't really know. So it takes you a longer time to arrive at a decision, because now you got to go figure it out. But if you have a good measuring system in place, you have good information, you can make decisions a lot quicker. So that's part of the simplicity, okay? Templated tools. Create templates for your, let's say for your ministers that are gonna report. That they have 4 or 5 questions that they're gonna answer to, and do it electronically. So they respond electronically. It's their electronic. It's immediately updated, and the board can see it immediately, right? So it's there. Invest in some tools that are going to allow for those template things to happen and function in a good way. It's going to help you. It's going to help you towards simplicity. You know, we just finished developing 4 questions for our provinces. We want to hear it from the provinces, this, and this, because we can track those things, we can measure those things. We want to hear from the committees of our board, for the Canadian board, this, and this. And then what we did is we created an electronic format of that. It's up all the time. whenever they have the information, they go there, they put it there, and it's immediately it's available for the board to see. Okay. Now, for the Manitoba board, what we did, and it costs us more, and I'm not in any way telling you to do this. Okay, we had a lease agreement with Apple where all of our board members got a mini iPad. Okay, on a lease agreement, it costs us actually not as much as you would think. But what happened is that together with that and a system called Evernote, most of you guys probably know that. So we went to bought the professional Evernote licenses for our team. By the way, if you're a church and you're not for profit, there's a lot of stuff that you get for half of the price or less than half of the price if you're for profit. Some of them are free. Like if you know Google Suite, which is a great system, is completely free for not-for-profits. Okay? All you need is just a little investigation, and it's not going to cost you a lot. So what we did is every board member had that, and instead of saying, well, a week before the meeting we have all of these things in there, they knew there was a folder that is for this board, and every day there was a new thing, we will put it there immediately. And the board had plenty of time to read those things, so they didn't have to read everything, all the documents in the last week before the meeting, because they don't. It doesn't happen, right? So new thing comes in, they get a notice on this thing, says new document in your folder. You're invited to look. It's the only document, they're going to look at it. Then the next one comes and go, I'm going to look at this one. So instead of that amount of things, that's what I'm talking about, simplicity. And there are tools that helps you with simplicity. Simple policies and bylaws. Okay, where do I start here? Let's start with Constitution. Churches believe that they have to create a huge constitution. Let me just tell you, a one-pager constitution is great for the government. Just tells you who are the members, how the members are elected, how the dissolution of the company is going, it's done, and when, how many times you have your AGMs. That's what the government, and why you exist for. It has to fit into 4 different categories at the government for non-profits. And so you write those things, you can write it in one page. Why is it important to have a simple constitution? Because a simple constitution, it allows you for some room to breathe. So what you do is now you can create internal bylaws and policies that can be changed at a board level. Or it can be changed at our next AGM, depending on the level of the policy. So you can have greater bylaws and governance, but don't put everything in the kitchen sink into your constitution. Right? I was reading a constitution from the church, and it was like a message. It was written like a message. You know, because in John 3:16, God so loved the world, and then from there's Jesus came and the cross and all that stuff, and the government is reading that and going, who cares? Right? And so what you do is you say, we exist for this, which is the something religion. I forget what the word is. You may also fit into education. There's 4 different things that you fit in. So you do that. We exist. Here are the members. Here are the members are how members are accepted into membership. Here are how they are taken out of membership. Here's our AGMs. There's one more part that I can't remember now. But there's dissolution. And in the case of dissolution, here's where these things are going to go to. Do that very simplistic, very, very simple way, and then create a bylaw that is in your internal document that you can explain some more things for yourselves. Okay?
Kelly, just highlight one little key piece on that. We're advising all of our churches, if you're going through some kind of revisions around this, we have a person that some of you might know, Frank Luella. He's from Kitchener-Waterloo, who's worked for 4Cs, and he's doing a lot of work in this area. It's going to cost you some money. Every province is different, and so rather than us trying to manage that, we're just saying, just make a phone call. It'll cost you some money to make sure that it's done right. Government looks at it, this process is way faster, and away you go. So it depends a little bit on how you're set up, and he can identify exactly how you're set up so that it can work immediately or very seamlessly.
Good. One of the things the boards are not doing, just one really quickly here, one of the things the board are not doing, they should be doing, is there is a law that came out, I think, 5 years ago, that requires your board members to sign a paper saying that they are eligible members. So, yeah.
Not ineligible.
Not ineligible members. So, are you guys aware of that? Is everybody aware of that? That your board members need to sign that? So it means that if they are part of another not-for-profit, or if they have some certain levels of criminal charges that happen, or if they had some level of financial misconduct, they cannot be board members on a not-for-profit. And if that comes to if that is highlighted, that they discover that they are, you lose your not-for-profit status. Okay? Sorry, I have a question.
Again, in the interest of simplicity, the bylaws are an agreement as to how to do business, not how to do theology.
Okay.
And that's protected by the Societies Act.
Okay.
Is there a form? I've never heard of this, having to sign this form.
Yeah, we do have a form, and I thought we had sent it out, but we'll double check on that one. You can pick that up.
Yeah. Get you the form.
Okay. So most churches I talked to, they didn't even know that existed. So good. The last part of it is allowing staff to make decisions. Sometimes it's painful to say, but there's a level of mistrust on staff. But if you call them, I hope you call them because you trust them, and so allow them to make some decisions. Allow them to say, run with certain things. Of course, you monitor and measure, but you can allow them to do on your behalf certain things for you. My board, for example, has asked me, together with ministry team, which is the leaders from across the country, to come up with a strategic plan, a draft of a strategic plan. Why do they want us to do that? They want us to do that because they see that we are on the ground, we are doing these things on the day-to-day, engaging with the church, instead of a board that only meets 4 times a year, and trying to wrestle what the strategic plan was going to be. Then this staff team now come up with a draft, brings it back to them. Then they either take ownership of it and run with it, or they can say this is completely outside of what we should be doing, right? So there are some certain things you can delegate to your staff to do. And with that, I think I am done for this part. So we'll take a break.
Yeah, maybe if there's any final questions,
final
we'll take
questions.
a 2-minute break.
I don't want to make you guys fall asleep, so. Anything that was not said, any questions you came with that was not answered, or questions you're leaving with because of what the presentation was?
I think one of the things that would be helpful for all the churches, if you have found some pieces of simplicity, especially those forms, those systems, those templates that work for you, don't hesitate to send them to us and we can distribute them around. Those things are really helpful. Some churches, for example, have developed a policy for something, let's say a rental policy. And now you're thinking, how do we do a rental policy? Don't invent one because somebody probably already did it. Or maybe you have a lawyer in your congregation who has already gone through some of this stuff who would be willing to share that. So this is one of the benefits of us being a church family like this. We get to share all kinds of stuff that otherwise would be kind of hard to grab a hold of. So there's expertise in all of your churches that can benefit other churches as well. So I really firmly believe in that. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so very much for lending me your ears for these few hours.
Let's give Elton a big hand.